What's good? We in the building. Apologize. We're a little tardy to class today, but listen, when I looked on here and saw how many of y'all had already tapped in earlier, man, I felt so bad. Like, dang, man. We had a time set and locked, and I was late. But I'm here. So go ahead and get this shit shared, man. Share it. Tap in with me. Got a special guest tapping in. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this brother in a minute, but I had came across this brother on TikTok. I'm trying to get my TikTok shit popping, but you know, TikTok is a little tasking on time, and I'm busy as fuck, y'all. So I'm gonna bring this brother up here in a second. But you know, we gotta do proper housekeeping. And I think everybody who tapped in earlier is probably tapped out. Like Chris Master G, like he tapped in a little bit earlier. So I'm gonna start from the bottom. And we're way up to the top for everybody who tapped in. And make sure y'all share this shit, y'all. I told y'all I'm gonna go live a lot more on my YouTube, man. As promised. As promised. Trying to get up to some 5,000 subscribers in a couple months. Info Baker said, peace and love, everybody. Hey, look, peace and love, man. Peace and love. If you're already in my YouTube channel, man, appreciate y'all. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you haven't subscribed. Click that bell, too. Because you know we're streaming across like multiple platforms right now. Facebook going crazy, too, right now. You know what I'm saying? Rahul Bat, what's going on? YouTube user. Listen, they don't know about that Rahul Bat, man. Free Dr. York, man. I heard Dr. York was already out, though. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Imam Issa, man. Rahul Bat to you, brother. Irvin Watkins, let's get it. Oh, you already know what it is, bro. You already know. And look, I was just telling bro before we got on, I said, man, they be ready, bro. They be ready. And see, these are my, and he don't know yet, but you guys are my disciples. You guys are the faithful few. Now, I know y'all got y'all pen and y'all pad already ready because this is Sunday school. Every Sunday, we cranking this shit up every Sunday. Every Sunday. And if this brother's available, we're gonna be on every Sunday. I'm gonna give him the login so he can tap in with y'all too. You know what I'm saying? Who else we got in here for real? Islam L, Sunday school. Hey, listen. Happy holiday to all the Moors, which was Friday. Today is Sunday school. We're not gonna pull out the Holy Koran or the Circle 7. We're gonna dive back into the past with the ancestors. Talk about the return of the ancient ones. That's why we're here. And we're not gonna stop talking about it. We're gonna keep talking about it. Shouts out to the goddamn Callaway for doing great work, man. There's so many other brothers and sisters doing great work, revealing who we are for real. We are global people. This is our planet. So when they try to tell me that we come from one pile of dirt, respectfully, Africa, I'm like, damn, that's it. That's it. All we get is Africa. And the only reason that they teach you the whole out of Africa shit is because of one man. And this one man who became a famous anthropologist started to give you the whole out of Africa theory in the first goddamn place. It's him right here. Franz Boas. Franz Boas give y'all the out of Africa theory. And besides Franz Boas, you got people like Robert Dr. Leakey. But we gonna get into all that, man. I promise y'all, we're gonna deal with a lot today. Them pens and pads together, baby. Let's get it. A couple more people real quick. If I remember guests on. Glad you made it, brother. Sunday school with it. You already know what it is. We're bringing the Sunday school back. You know what it is. Peace. Peace and love. Oh, you going up today? I was just telling bro, man. I hope you thought I was playing. Y'all been ready to learn. And see, I just gotta get the TikTok popping like this. I wish I could live stream the TikTok, but I can go live on TikTok. I'm gonna set that up too. What else we got here? Pen and pad ready. Listen, I just told the brother, I said, look, bro, they got their pen and pad, man. They be taking notes. So we gotta teach them. You know what I'm saying? TikTok give you a couple seconds to teach, but we're gonna, y'all in class. Y'all in class. Y'all know what it is already. Peace to the divine family. Peace and love. Peace and blessings to you. Peace and blessings to you. Queen of Force Healing Ministry. Listen, Queen, if you could just clear the channel, if you could send out some positive energy over the airways, you know, send out some positive frequencies for this live tonight, that all goes well. We appreciate you, sis. Kilo Stitch. I don't know what the hell he's saying. I need to get a what do you call him? Somebody to help me monitor my comments. Anybody want to sign up for that, man? Shoot me a message. I give you administrative access to help patrol the comment box. Pen and pad, ready. That's what it is. So listen, without further ado, man, I'm gonna bring on my special guest for this evening. Told you the brother out of New York. The brother dropping some goddamn heat on TikTok. And he dropped so much of them, like, damn, every time I come across this channel, it's something else. It's something else. He done got me back into studying. So without further ado, man, bring this good brother in. Peace and love, brother. Copper Color King. New York, what's happening, brother? How you feeling?
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I appreciate the love. Copper Color King, we in the building, man, with the Minister of Information, man. You know how we do, man. Giving it to him, kicking it to him on the real deal, man. Truths and gems, always.
That's what's up, brother. Let's talk a little bit about yourself, man. What got you into going back and really digging in on our I don't want to say Native American, but our indigenous American history? Like what turned you on to that frequency of information?
I mean, it's funny, man. It's so funny because it all started, me and my cousin, we got a brand, Morals and Money. It all started because we used to go back and forth pretty much over where our ancestry might come from. And he really used to lean towards the African side a lot. And my question was, well, how do you prove that? You know, like, how do you prove that our ancestors come from Africa? Like, how do you prove our grandmother has African blood and stuff like that? So I just started to do more informational research myself. And then one of my other spiritual brothers where I work at, he came up to me one day and he was like, yo, you know what you should research? You should research the myths and marvels of the Amazon rainforest. And I'm like, you know what? That sounds like a good rabbit hole to go down. And it went from that point right there to researching whatever was going on down there, leading to me figuring out, or to me just even asking my aunts and uncles questions and stuff for where my grandmother came from or whatever. And we learned that she had Choctaw blood. Now, that's something that always dawned on me. I never took away from that because I always looked at her back in the day like, yo, your features is different, like her hair, just how she looked. Like even her, she had that Asiatic Negroid feature to her. And then I look at my mom's side of the family and the same thing with them. They got Tuscaroran Aboriginal ancestry and French Huguenot Aboriginal ancestry with a little bit of the Irish Scottish stuff. It's funny with that one too, because I asked my grandmother about that side, and she told me that one of them was one of their last names was Swartz, and Swartz, they used to call her Swartz because of her dark skin. She had like a dark skin pigmentation.
Swarthy,
Swarthy, yeah. And then I connected those dots to something I learned more recently, and Swarthy basically means to have a tawny or of color skin complexion. So it was just like, you know, all of those things just transpired into me just wanting to read more books. Like I've read stuff of the records from Hernando de Soto, Cortez, some things from Christopher Columbus, the history of Jamaica, the history of the Bahamas, history of the Cherokee, Choctaw, all that stuff. And it was just like, you know, this is like something that most people need to hear, because when you tell us that we have like African roots and stuff like that, it always takes people back to having that enslaved mindset, or you came off a boat, or you don't know where you come from, or you're disenfranchised from your original ethnic background and stuff like that. So it was just all of that. It just, you know, I had to do the research for myself.
And that's one thing I always tell people, man, like, do your own research. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't believe a word we say. This is just our portion of understanding, which was given on to us. And you just gave a hell of a fucking resume on your research and what you saw from your perspective. You know what I'm saying? For me, I would hear things from time to time about, you know, the Native America, this and Indians, and it was different words, blah, 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 whatever the case was. I was familiar with Plecker, Albert Plecker, who created what was called the one drop law.
Yeah, the one, yeah.
One drop.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And none of that shit really made sense.
And stuff.
None of that shit really made sense until I started thinking. I'm like, who were the first people they saw when they got here? You know, like, they literally just said when they were in Africa, when they first, Europeans, of course, when they first hit the shores of Africa, they give great descriptions of what they saw there. But when they come here, it's slighted a little bit. Like, damn. So I started reading about Christopher Columbus. Christopher Colombo actually came here on his first trip, but way earlier. He came over here in 1489. 1489, 1490.
That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Let's deal with it. Let's go and get into it. Because
I'm taking notes as we speak. Shoot.
Motherfuckers know about like to cook. Who about to cook his ass? You know what I'm saying? It's time to cook now. They know what it is. So listen, he came over here the first time Christopher Colombo did, because of this right here. And I can never hold on. Oh shit, it's it right there.
Is this something that's like related to like the Reconquista or the Inquisition, something like that?
Let me find it. This is gonna be a little bit before that, because I got my notes. Hold on my phone. Family already know. Give me a second. Hold on.
Okay. Love, man. Yeah, tap into this, to the minister information, man. Live stream about to go crazy.
Dang, hold on.
You know, and some more informative things I learned too. Like, he was a Jew.
Who was?
Columbus. He was a Jew.
Yeah. He was he's from Italy. He was Italian though.
Right.
His ancestry was German ancestry. But you know, the German tribes, it makes sense because him being from Italy, which was the Roman Empire, or the Holy Roman Empire, was safeguarded by the Germanic tribes, the Visigoths and the Vandals.
Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Visigoths, the Vandals, Ostrogoths, and so forth. And those were the Germanic tribes. And those were the tribes that actually took over the Holy Roman Empire. It became the Holy Roman Empire after they took over. It was called the Roman Empire, so on and so forth. But anyway, this little fat chubby fucker Columbus needed because he was a fat.
You went crazy.
Let me find this way right here because I'm still trying to find what I'm trying to find. Right here. Here it is right here.
Apple Bowl. Oh, that's the one where the Pope basically gave him the green light to come over here and colonize the Americas, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. This was called the Intercaterra Covina, or it's called the Doctrine of Discovery.
Right.
Intercaterra Covina in 1493. Okay. But see, in 1492, they tell you Columbus discovered or sailed the ocean blue. What the fuck was he doing? And that's what I was telling you earlier. In 1489, he came over the first time. He came back with those 5 ships. The Ninja, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, all that shit. Because those 5 ships came from Queen Isabella. This is when Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, the House of Castile and the House of Aragon, and this is when they conquered the Moors out of Spain. It was the last stronghold of the Moors.
This is after they conquered Granada, right?
Yep. Okay. Later is when the Inquisition happened because of those Jews still in Spain. They had a choice to convert to Catholicism or get the fuck out. That's the Spanish Inquisition, which happened after this. But it was the precursor for the Inquisition, is my point. But when Columbus came back over here with those 5 ships, I asked myself, how the fuck get those ships? Upon discovery, the Spanish Armada was the biggest fleet in the world. That's how I was able to lend out 5 ships. And those 5 ships on loan was for him to come over here basically and find that gold. The Moors had already talked about the gold that was over here. That's why on some point to tell you that the Moors helped Columbus get over here. But what I found interesting, you mentioned DeSoto earlier. What I found interesting was on his second voyage, Columbus, guess who was his goddamn co-captain? His co-captain was Ponce de Leon. And when he came back with Ponce de Leon laid claim to what is now called Puerto Rico, where the indigenous Taínos and Boicuano and the Caribs. And when he laid claim to Puerto Rico, he became the governor of Puerto Rico. This is Ponce de Leon. And he went to Florida and claimed Florida as Spanish territory as well, and set up St. Augustine. But the point I'm making is, before I pass the mic, is this stuff started in lieu of what's called Intercaterra Covina, or what was called, this is Europe Western Western expansion. Now, this happened again in America. This same Doctrine of Discovery happened again in America.
Manifest Destiny.
Yep. This is the second time they did it.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Hold on.
All I'm gonna say is, man, listen, man. This stuff is, they do it like repetitive. They follow the same doctrines. A lot, they say like the French and the Spanish and the British, they was at war. But if you ask me, I feel like they all work together. They work together to colonize America, because how do you go from the what you just introduced in the Papal Bull to 200, 300 years later, we now at the Manifest Destiny? It's the same thing, just a different concept.
Well, it's a different concept, but like you just said earlier, bro, it's from the same vein, because this was a race to get over here. It was a race between Spain, Portugal, who else? Dutch, not Europe yet. Britain. See, people got to look at the timelines, bro. I'm real big on time. My father will tell you I'm real big on timelines. Britain was not even in the race yet. Like Europe was not even in the race. Europe in 1493, in 14 anything, Europe just came out of Dark Ages. Like literally.
Right.
Europe hasn't had their first Renaissance yet.
Right.
They have not had their first Age of Discovery yet.
Right.
They still barefoot. Like
the Moors brought them out of the Dark Ages.
Somewhat out of Dark Ages, but Britain can't even get over here yet. Spain crushing it, and that's the part that people don't understand when people talk about the American history in the colonies. You don't ever hear about the fact that Spain and Portugal been over here. I'm talking about 1500. We have 1619 East Coast history, but we don't hear about DeSoto coming over here. Cortez and the boys. They were all looking for the lost city of gold. That's what makes this manifest destiny so crazy, because they were going out west, not just to expand. They heard gold was out here. This is 1849. That's where we get the 49s from. They're gold and red. Gold is for the gold, red for the blood.
And you know, it's also funny because a couple years later from this ain't this when we start seeing the gold rush?
That's what I'm saying. That's the reason they did the Western expansion, is for gold in America. And this is the reason that the Europeans came to America, is for gold. No other reason. For gold. And that's why today in Brazil has the highest African population of all the Americas. I just got in an argument with a brother Uber driver the other night. I guess he's from like Lagos, he's from the Ivory Coast. He said Ivory Coast. And we got into a conversation. The conversation started about Jesus, first of all, religion or whatever. Then we got into the fact of, I said, well, I'm not from Africa. He said, brother, he almost stopped the fucking car. He said, brother, whoa. What do you mean I'm from Africa? I said, I'm no more from Africa than the Aborigines of Australia is not from Africa either. What do you mean? I said, Australians have no African DNA in them at all. They're called Aborigine. They're from that dirt originally. I said, so he's like, oh yeah, you're right. Right, nigga. So there's other land masses where the people were there already too.
Right.
It's like, the concept just blew him away. The concept fucked him up. He was like, I never heard of that before. I thought everybody. And I said, no, the Europeans gave, mainly Franz Boas and the boys, this pseudoscience they call it, because oh boy, it's so many. Cause it's so many. But they gave the notion that everybody came out of Africa because the Europeans traced their lineage from Africa. So the Europeans assertively had to find a way to express where they come from. So everybody out of Africa now, but you can't explain the Aborigine of Australia. You can't explain the people of Fiji. You can't explain the people of the Polynesian islands and the Melanesian. You can't explain these people. They always been there. Like they've never been nowhere else.
Right.
So I came across a sister who talked about the island of Mu. We're gonna deal with Mu also in a minute. But Mu was like off the west coast, right above. It's in fact Hawaii is part of the old land of Mu. That's why so many scattered islands out there in the Pacific. It's also part of the land of Mu.
That's funny because I always like ever since I started doing this historical research, I've connected those islands over there to what would be Mu, Lemuria, and then I've connected the Caribbean islands to what could have been branches of Atlantis, because I saw something recently when they found something called the Bimini Road. And within that research, they was talking about how the Bimini Road was one of the roadways that led the people from Atlantis into the land of America, so to say.
Wow. You see, that's something that we all have to be kind of aware of, is there's a history that is told and there's a history that is hidden. And today we're going to talk about the history that is hidden. And that's what we're building up to right now, family. We're talking about the hidden history. The hidden history. This brother said, I don't know who this is right here, but he said, Mu theory been debunked with Atlantis. Mu theory been debunked. That's not fucking facts. That's no more facts than them still going over what's called the Bermuda Triangle, which is a pyramid, and losing ships.
And that's why they have that failure with the compass and stuff, because it all has to do with energy, the energy source.
Hold on. And off the rip, they're gonna call it mythical, and they're gonna make it a myth.
Of course.
So Lord behold. Now see, the same people that say this shit was a myth or a theory or been debunked are the same people that turn right around and talk about the extended lands beyond the 5 continents, but outside the ice wall of Antarctica. Because there's other lands out there too. Like if you can believe that there's planets floating in fucking space, but can't believe there's physical land mass that was once here. Like they verified that Atlantis was here. Atlantis, yeah. And this is no more news than the fact that right now they're in the Grand Canyon finding shit from Egypt.
Right.
Like the Sphinx been fucking right. Yeah. So it's like our people have to understand, man. Like I just said, there's the history they tell us, and then there's the history they're not telling us. We're here to talk about the history they're not telling us only, bro. Like that's what we're talking about. And if these Europeans didn't treat you right, they're not going to teach you right.
And ask yourself a question too. Where did they get the name Atlantic Ocean from? That's a big one. Where does the term Atlas Mountains come from? You know, stuff like that. You got to ask those questions. Atlanta. The ATL, that's an Atlantis. That comes from the Atlantean language. The ATL, the halt. People got to think about those things.
Now, here's something else that's interesting too. And this is what I always said. When we talk about history as a collective, they teach us to look off the front porch. And the front porch is the East Coast. Right. New York, Boston, Georgia, Florida, etc. And looking out the front porch, of course you're going to see Africa, according to how the maps are laid out. Looking out the front porch. But what about the back porch? They don't teach us shit about the back porch. The back porch is Cali. And if you look off the West Coast, that's when you start learning about shit like there's an island called MOI. What happened to it? Shit sunk. It's like Atlantis. Sunk. Yeah. Because if you go back into the scriptures, it said what number of water in the first goddamn place. This is a water planet. So all the land came up out the water and went back under the water. The ocean floor is land. So this is not too far-fetched. It's not. Let's deal with it. Let's jump into it.
Speaking of biblical too, and the West Coast, you know, it's something that I discovered too a minute ago that I saw that it was jacking that the Red Sea is out over there. They got the Red Sea out over there in California, near California.
You said the Red Sea?
The Red Sea, something like that, yeah. I saw that a minute ago.
Let's read about this. MOI is a lost continent introduced by Augustus Lee PL. Let's look him up real quick. Because see, I like to understand who put the information out. So,
the Ricky yacht structure in Mauritania. That's a good one to refer to too. I'm not gonna lie. I saw that.
Here we go. Let's look into the person who came up with this information. Augustus Henry Lee PL. I can't say that P word. Plongeon was a British American archaeologist and photographer who studied the pre-Columbian ruins of America. Do you know who else has a good readout about pre-Columbian shit? Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. They came before Columbus.
Before Columbus. Right.
The same people who the same people who don't really study this stuff don't really understand, you know. But Dr. Ivan Van Sertima got a great readout about they came before Columbus. And a lot of his work also would lead me to understanding that there was a whole nother history, whole other side of this shit that they never told us about, like ever told us about. Of course they wouldn't tell us about it. Like it's not to their benefit.
That's the first book. I think the first and only book that I've read in school, not even in regular, like in college, in an African American studies class. They came before Columbus. The only book where I've heard that they could have been black people in the Americas. And even then, the professor still tried to connect it back to Africa.
No.
So what are you doing?
False. I mean, like I said earlier, once somebody's able to explain to me the Aborigines of Australia having no African DNA in them, which is already proven scientifically, we don't know. They came out the fucking dirt. We don't know where they came from.
Pretty much.
Okay. Then I understand some shit. So let's read about this brother real quick. Not brother, this European. He's a European. You're gonna see a lot of a lot of references to European archaeologists and anthropologists, because unfortunately in that time period, there were not a whole lot of black folks, or so-called people of color, documenting, writing this stuff in books. These Europeans went around discovering this information, and they documented what they saw. So this is his rendition of what he saw. Be he white or black or whatever the case, it doesn't matter. Because I can show you other authors in his same time frame who never wrote about this shit at all. So I'm gonna reference the time period. Keep in mind what was going, the nature of the time period in 18, whatever this was, that his brother wrote this. All right. He talked about the pre-Columbian ruins of America, particularly those of the Mayan civilization on northern Yucatan Peninsula. This is the same area that Dr. Ivan Sertima talked about too.
Same exact thing.
Ivan Sertima said these are where the Olmec heads are.
Right.
And I remember they saying that the Mayans disappeared. I also heard that the Mayans actually just went to Asia and they became what's known today as the Cambodians. The Cambodians are the descendants of the Mayans. So they didn't just fucking disappear. And those civilizations there in the Yucatan Peninsula were already there. Much how when the Greeks came into Egypt, the pyramids were already there. So these civilizations, the Mayans, the Incans, now I'm gonna go backwards. the Mayans, the Incans, the Aztec, the Toltec, and the Mextec. When they sprouted in the Americas, those civilizations were already there. Those pyramids were already there. And I know everybody's claim to fame is the big giant sun pyramid down in Central South America, those big pyramids down there. I'm gonna show you a pyramid in a second in Chicago. It's bigger than that one. I'm gonna show you a pyramid in Chicago. At its base, it's the same size as the ones in Giza.
You talking about Cahokia or not?
Oh, Cahokia. We're gonna deal with Cahokia. We're gonna deal with the Oshitush. I'm gonna take you right down the Mississippi River and run you right into the Wichita.
Another fun fact for people too. I just wanted to throw it out there for y'all. A lot of the tribes that we see in the southeast now, they actually migrated northward from Mexico because of the invasion of Cortez. Cortez's invasion drove out about 7 to 8 different tribes, and this is where the Choctaw and Chickasaw thing comes from. You had two brothers, Choctaw and Chickasaw, and they had a bigger tribe that was called Chicamunca, something like that. And Hernan Cortez's invasion of Mexico or Central America drove these tribes northward to find new land. This is where you have the introduction of the Choctaw and the Chickasaw, and they'll tell you that around 1300 that the mound building, the Mississippian people actually disappeared, which is false, because those people, once they migrated north, they intermixed with the Mississippian and mound building civilization. They brought over knowledge and they transferred knowledge that allowed the civilization to move forward and progress. And that got lost in history. They leave out gaps, but this is why you got to do the research.
Muhammad, I love it. I love it. Let's move on. So we're still talking about the fact that, and we ain't even got it. This is just the appetizer. We ain't even got into the main course yet. Y'all know how I do. Take notes, family.
Guys, as a chef, man, a real good one too. I ain't even gonna lie.
Take notes, man. And I'm not sure who this Facebook user is, but they must be new to my channel. I welcome everybody. You know what I'm saying? I didn't make my disclaimer statement from the beginning of the show, and I do apologize. But here's my disclaimer statement. Do not believe a word that we say. We're not here to convince or persuade any of y'all. This is just information. Please do your own research. Once you do your own research, then it becomes something you know and not what you heard. Okay? So we're not here to entertain y'all. We're just having a conversation about some shit that we wrote and we read and we came across to share information. And y'all already know. That's why I'm the minister of information. This is not a fucking college institute. I'm not here to give you a degree in none of this shit. All right? Take notes. If you never heard this fella right here before, write his name down. Go look him up. I know who he is. We talking about right. We're gonna talk about DeSoto and everybody. Like, write this shit down because you may not know about it. You may be like, oh, I forgot about that shit, right? So we're not here to get in no debate with nobody, no pissing contest with nobody. So if you're here with that kind of energy, just politely exit. This ain't the channel for you. This ain't even the live for you. Go to another live somewhere else. And I ask y'all that's listening in the audience, please ignore class clowns and buffoonery. All right, because right now we do have somebody in the chat. And I'm the kind of person that shit bothers me. That shit bothers me when a motherfucker being destructive in the chat. So and this person's on Facebook, so I can't see their name. I'm because they want attention, bro. Like when they start being in the chat, what they had said, y'all cherry picking and the pseudo, blah blah blah.
I see him. I see him.
They want attention. You know how the retarded kids are. They want attention. They want attention. Okay. They say, you need a teacher. What do you say? You need a teacher in a class to have a class clown.
Yo.
Wow. All right, we're gonna move on. So
I just
everybody ignore the dunce. The dunce wants attention. Okay, that's why he's acting up. Now, Facebook user, if you have anything to add to it, please put your citation and information because we're showing receipts. We're not just this is not a fucking podcast. We're not just chatting it up. We're gonna pull up receipts as we talk, and if you can add value to it, then just add your part. Just say, hey, by the way, guys, or also did you know? And you can be part of the conversation. Or you can put your email in the chat, and I'll invite you on the live with us. How about that? Of course, it's a troll. Put your email in the chat. I'll bring you on live. You can have you can get with us. Let's move on.
He's a part of the problem.
Right. Of course. Everybody's in the hurry to just give out information and not actually walk people through stuff. And what we're doing today is actually trying to walk people through the information from our perspective, and we're gonna continue to do that shit. So I want to talk about these mounds real quick because there's a lot more history we can get into if we take the route of dealing with the mound. And I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all have already heard of the mounds. Originally, they were never called mounds. Okay. But these are some huge ass structures though, bro.
Right. I said the same thing. They big, stupid big.
They're crazy. When I first found out that Stone Mountain, because I'm from Atlanta, right? When I found out that Stone Mountain actually runs all the way underneath the city of Atlanta and the city of Atlanta, Georgia, these cities, the city of Atlanta is a power city, or what they call the location is, I guess, central to some type of courts or energy underneath the city. But that's not all major cities are power centers. But when I found out Stone Mountain, because I thought in my mind at first, like Stone Mountain got to be a fucking pyramid or something. It got to be a man-made structure. That motherfucker's in the middle of nowhere. But Georgia has the largest quartz expo of all the states in America, right? It's a huge quartz monument. But Stone Mountain is fucking huge. I'm like, it has to be some type of connection with something. When I found out that Stone Mountain is actually an energy center, I'm like, damn, it makes sense. Back to this mound. Monk's Mound is in everything we talk about, fam, it's gonna be pre-Columbian. That's important to keep in mind. It's important to understand we're talking about pre-Columbian culture. So we're not gonna talk too much about anything that happened after Columbus. Yeah. Not quite yet.
After the stickheads,
you know what I'm saying? What'd you call them?
Stickheads. Bunch of stickheads.
I want people to be very, very, very clear on what we're talking about. We're doing. Okay, we're only talking about pre-Columbian, so it looks something like this right here, because our people did fight them Europeans off for a long time. All right, Monk's Mound. It's the largest pre-Columbian earthwork in America and the largest pyramid of North Meso America. Now, it's important to understand that they're giving us geographical locations. If you don't know something when you're reading, you have to stop. And it's a period behind Meso America. And this is what I teach also. Anytime there's punctuation marks, you have to stop and reflect on what you just read.
Right.
The purpose of a period or a comma or a semicolon is for you to stop for a second and reflect on what you just read. If you begin to stop at periods, punctuation marks, it will increase your comprehension level. You can read this shit and not comprehend it. Reading and comprehension is two different things. So if you're not familiar with what Meso America is, let's talk about Meso America real quick. This is Meso America, what we call Central America. They're saying that this pyramid right here in North America, there's 3 Americas. Last time I checked, it's 3 Americas, North, Central, and South, which is how you begin to also debunk the whole out of Africa theory as well. When they started to tell you that they brought black people out of Africa to America, your first question should be, which America? Teach y'all something real quick. Anybody that think that the population in North America was sponsored by Africa by way of slavery, the first thing you ask them, when did they bring them over here? Write this down. Write down the word time and space. Time. And write down space beside that shit. You always want to teach in time and space, family. Ask them when. When. And you're looking for a nomenclature. You're looking for a year. 19 what? 16 what? 15 what? The most common answer you're going to get is 1619.
Right.
That's the most common answer you're going to get. That's not saying that's the right answer. That's the common answer.
To Jamestown.
If we surveyed,
bring them
there you go. There you go. If we surveyed 100 people, 60% will say 1619. Commonly. Now, in 1619, let's keep the number in mind. Who came to the Americas before 1619? Spain was already over here. Portugal was already over here. Some Dutch was already over here. The French had already got
France touched
Canada.
Yep.
Yeah, France had already got Canada already through Lewis and Clark.
Yeah,
explorers.
The Lewis and Clark expedition. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the big fur trade. Fur trading was the big thing. And in fact, if you look up the Treaty of Paris, the Treaty of Paris took place in North America. That's when Paris decided to give the colonies permission under documentation to go ahead and go out west a little bit because they own it. They laid claim to it first. This was a race to get over here. All right. Back to this. So this was one of the largest pre-Columbian Mesoamerica pyramids so far. The beginnings of the construct dates to 900 to 955 CE. Now, if you're not used to seeing, there's another period, by the way, so you have to stop and reflect on what you just read.
That process. You got to let that process.
Bro, it's so, listen, that shit becomes so important because when I was teaching out here in Norfolk at the House of Consciousness, every Sunday I would bring all my books. I would bring 3 different dictionaries, and I had a room full of people, adults, and I would make the statement, how many of y'all can read? Of course, everybody's hand goes up. I said, how many of you all know what dyslexia is? People hand go up. I said, how many of y'all know what lexicon is? A couple hands went up, a couple faces was confused. Like, what's lexicon? Lexicon is the law of the language. That's everything about the language. How to say it, proper pronouns, masculine, feminine, connotative, denotative, parts of speech, adjective, pronouns, so on and so forth. That's lexicon. If you don't know lexicon, then you're dyslexic. It's like, damn. So I had them read the dictionary. Upon reading the dictionary, they discovered that they can't read. And 2 sisters had master degrees and were realtors. And they discovered they couldn't. What you mean by why they couldn't read? They thought that they were black. Until they opened the dictionary, got to the word black, real simple. Black. I said, what part of speech is black?
What is it?
You see an A-D-J for adjective. And I asked the young lady, I said, are you an adjective or a noun? She said, I'm a noun. So that disqualifies you from being black.
Exactly.
I said, but we can go further to the time and space. Let's go to the time. It then give you a nomenclature of 14C. That's 14th century, which means 1300s. I said that means prior to 1300s, the word black was not in the English language.
It didn't
But
exist.
you had it in Latin and other languages, negro, moreno. It was there, but the word black was not even around. So I tell all the Hotep niggas, stop saying ancient black. You can't put the word ancient in front of black because the word black is not old enough to be called ancient. I get what you're saying. I get the colloquial meaning. I get what you're saying, but that lets me know all scholars. This is what all scholars know, and I'm learning. All scholars know that there's no such people as black people, based on the lexicon. Okay. Now,
I've been trying to tell people this for the longest, man, but they constantly want to sit there and say you black. All right, hey, be my guest.
Leave them alone. Let them have it. Now, this mound is located at Kahoka Mound. This is called the Kahoka Mound. Let's find the location, because I just told y'all time and space. Space also talks about where. The Kahoka Mounds State Historical Site is the site of a pre-Columbian Native American. Write down Native American. Write down Native American.
Siberian.
Write down Native American. And I want you to underline the word native, because we're going to talk about all these words: native, indigenous, aborigine, and aboriginal. 2 different words. Native American. Pre-Columbian Native American city directly across from the Mississippi River. Mississippi River, write that down too, because Mississippi River was like the Nile River. I'll prove my case in a second.
It's bigger.
Way bigger.
Bigger.
And it branches off. It branches off several different ways. I didn't know that.
Seven streams. Yep.
That's
Kill
crazy.
him, bro. Kill him.
It's crazy. So across the Mississippi River from the present day St. Louis, Missouri, this historic park lies southwest Illinois between East St. Louis and Collinsville. The park covers about 2,000 acres. Illinois. Write down Illinois. 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 The state is Illinois. Chicago is not the state. It's a city inside of Illinois. We're going to talk about the Illinois tribe too. That's where Illinois come from. It was the Illinois tribe. Now, the Illinois tribe, you're going to see here in a second. I haven't revealed it yet. And the Illinois tribe had nothing to do with those mounds. That shit was there when we got. I told y'all a lot of this shit was here when them TP Indians got here. All this shit was already here and had been abandoned for hundreds of years. Been abandoned. We have moved on. That shit's old to us now. Like the pyramids in Egypt. By the time the Greeks got there, he was like, man, we don't have this shit for so long.
Already. Yeah, the Greeks rewrote the Egyptian story. That's why it's like you can't even really connect to that anymore. You got to find out the truth and where it comes from. It comes from Temeri. That's America. Y'all got to understand.
Facts. And when I tell the Hotep community that the Greeks actually ruled Egypt for a long time, they lose their wig. They lose their, like, now I know what they invaded it. And I said, right. So when Alexander, I don't call him the Great, nothing great about him. When Alexander the Greek came into Egypt and left, he left Ptolemy I Soter in charge of everything. Ptolemy done created a whole god, a whole system, and he ruled Egypt for a very, very long time. White, pale face, hook nose, right. European.
And it was all Hellenistic, paganistic, all paganistic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, it was Hellenistic until Ptolemy realized that the Coptic community, and they were called Melkite Coptic Egyptians, which was the priesthood of Egypt at the time, they really wasn't jiving with the Hellenistic shit because they already had their own deities, right? So what he did, he created something called Sarapis Christos. Sarapis Christos, and I can show you in a second. And Sarapis Christos was supposed to be the amalgamation of Apis and Osiris. And he made himself the soter or savior behind this ideology.
I feel like you hear towards Jesus with the Sarapis one.
Say what now?
The Sarapis one, not because I saw a long time ago, and I don't mean to cut you off, brother. My bad.
No, please.
Yeah. They put up a picture of Sarapis, so somebody named Sarapis who was Greek or whatever, and then a picture of Jesus, and then connected the two, basically saying this is where the image of Jesus comes from.
Sarapis is Jesus Christ.
There we go. There we go.
Watch
Thank
this.
you, brother. Thank you.
And not only that, the ones who worship Sarapis were called Christians. And they were called Christians prior to Jesus even being. This is BC time, y'all. I'm sorry. This is BC time frame talking about, by the way. And y'all already know how I teach. I'll take y'all ass to Pluto and bring you back down to the ground. So you know I be all over the place, but I promise you the dots connect. Just be patient with us because this is gonna be a good bill, I promise you. So let's go here for a quick second. Worship of Sarapis. Followers worship Sarapis in the temple throughout Egypt. At the center of their worship seat was the great Serapion in Alexander. And in addition to miniature replicas of Serapions exist throughout Egypt, the worship of Sarapis. The word Serapion translates to the temple or religious area devoted to Sarapis.
Haram.
There it is right there.
That's all sin.
I didn't make that shit up, y'all. And Alexander, he relates, there were two worshipers Serapis, in fact. The fact that Christians and those call themselves bishops of Christ, in fact, devoted to Serapis, are the four tyrants. Early Christians, before Christ was even born, were called worshipers of Serapis. At this time, there is no fucking Jesus. Excuse my language.
Big drop.
There is no Jesus. There is no Jesus at this time. See that? That's time frame right there. I told y'all, everything today is going to be time and space. Write down, if you hadn't did it, get a piece of paper, write the word time at the top, underline it, across, put the word space, underline it. Every time we come across a date, you put the date under time, location, you put space. This is how you become a scholar. This is the beginning of a scholarship. Because, see, we don't debate. I don't debate. All my disciples know we don't debate. We show and prove. Okay? But we learn by understanding time and space. Very important. Time and space. These motherfuckers were calling these niggas Christians in 305, because in BC you count down, by the way, okay? You count down, not count up. It starts over with AD. And before BC, it's called AM. That's prehistory. That's why you never hear Hotep niggas talk about prehistoric Egypt. You won't catch too many Hotep Negroes talking about Dozier. And they won't talk about Gab and Shoot. They'll mention Gab and Shoot, but they mostly mention Mayat, which is like way down the line. They'll never mention the old Enids who call Nana Sin. They will never mention those people because it's pre-history. Okay? So anyway, they were called Christians in 305 to 282 BC before Jesus was even born. They were called Christians. So the word BC does not mean before Christ, because there was a Christ before Christ. I'm showing you the shit.
Big drop. Y'all better pay attention because look, listen, and this is one of the main things I point out to people now. Look, it's going even deeper. Not only is this something that they enslaved our people with, look how far this goes.
Oh, they go back. Watch this click right here. Where is Serapis in the Bible? Serapis was a supreme god, and seems that some early worshipers of Christ amongst the Gentiles could have possibly worshipped Serapis either purposely or confusing him with Christ. Throughout the confusion seems more likely to have been of one language. Now, I'm going to show you this. We're going to go back to what we were talking about originally. You see what I just said? This is early Christianity. Early Christianity worshiped Serapis Christos.
But they saying that whole one language thing, does that connect to the Tower of Babel theory? Am I getting somewhere with that?
The Tower of Babel. That's I'm gonna give y'all the skinny on the Tower of Babel. Under your space column, because we're building. I'm gonna create an outline for this shit too. We're building an outline. We're taking notes, right? Y'all remember being in school? All y'all in the chat who went to college and finished high school, you remember in class, you have to write down your notes and build an outline. Put the Roman numeral number 1, and then you would do A, and this is what we're doing, right? We're building this shit right now. So the Tower of Babel, first of all, the city was called Babel. And the individual responsible for erecting the Tower of Babel, which that's a misnomer, they called it the Tower of Babel, was one by the name of, let me pull him up. Well, yeah, I'm gonna pull him up real quick. I'm gonna pull him up. I'm gonna show y'all who constructed the Tower of Babel and why he's noteworthy, in my opinion. Nimrod. Nimrod builds the tower. There's some deities at the top of a mountain. They're looking down at this construction. And you know what they said? And I'm gonna paraphrase because I wasn't there. I just read the book. It basically said, if these niggas build this tower, then there's nothing they won't be able to do, because they all spoke of one language at that time.
Right.
And it was called the Adamic language, the language of Adam.
Adam.
I'm gonna show you that too. It was called the Adamic language. They spoke one language, and those deities said they already speaking the same language, and that's powerful because they have constructed erected this thing, and they use the word tower to throw y'all the fuck off because we're not very learned people. I'm gonna show you what it was in a second and why I scared the fuck out those deities. Nimrod was the king of Shinar, and he was the empress of Babel, which are territories. Now, Nimrod was the great grandson of Noah, or Noah, son of Cush. Now they said, I'm Nimrod, son of Cush, grandson of Noah. That's who Nimrod was. But the Bible says that Nimrod was a Gibor, Hebrew word for Gibor. What is a Gibor? He was a mighty man before God. He was a giant.
A Nephilim.
The God of the Bible created the flood to kill off all the wickedness of the land. The giants were mating. I'm sorry. The angels were fucking the human women, creating these Gibors. And by wiping everybody out and sparing Noah, it was a replenishment. But this was called Zillah. See, you have to learn the language. When you learn the language, nobody can lie to you no more. His seed survived through Noah, and Nimrod became a Gibor, or giant, because it was in his bloodline. Now, Nimrod was a mighty man before God, and Nimrod began to say, listen, I'm going to get the people together. I'm going to erect this thing that's going to surpass the mountain. This mountain was like Olympus with all the gods, and that's what the gods said. Let us go down there and deal with them. Let's confound their tongues and confuse the language and cause confusion. And that's what fucked everybody up. Let's take a look at this. Young Payola, you own it, bro.
A ziggurat. I was looking at that. I'm like, yo, what's a ziggurat? Because they got structures like that still exist, sort of kind of in the Middle East, just broken up. They like broken up.
This is what he was building. This is what Nimrod was building. It wasn't a fucking tower. They say tower to throw y'all off because they know y'all ain't gonna research it. This is a ziggurat. Nimrod was building a ziggurat, and this ziggurat it was gonna go beyond that mountain, Mount Harb, or the mountain called Nana Sin. Now I showed you the ziggurat, and we know that Nimrod was going to build a ziggurat to go past the mountain real quick, just for shits and giggles. Let's find out who's at the top of the mountain talking shit about let's go fuck them up. Who said that? Hold on. These were the deities at the top of that mountain. Called Nana Sin. What is sin? Oh, when you do something bad. No, this is short for Mount Sinai, which is the same mountain that Moses went up, which is the same mountain that Rasulullah Muhammad wa alayhi salam, the same mountain that he went to, the same mountain that Jesus went to and transfigured. This is the holy mountain. This is the same mountain that Satan took Jesus to the top of that same mountain and told Jesus, if you bow before me, all the kingdoms of earth that was given to me, I will give to you. Looking down from that fucking mountain, they looked at Nimrod, king of Shinar, son of Cush, grandson of Noah, nephew of Ham. If this black motherfucker build a ziggurat and go past this mountain, because they getting pretty close, ain't nobody gonna fuck with us no more. These are what the gods are saying at the top of that mountain. They're having a discussion. Not saying. Right. Young Payola. Storm God. Now, Storm God was Baal. I'm not talking about Baal. I'm talking about Elyon El, the primordial deity of Mount Sin. Okay? But that's what happened, though. That's what happened, though. We're getting too far off. We're gonna reel it in, bro. Let me go back to where I was on.
Nah, yeah, you just killed that. I ain't even gonna lie.
I already told you. Because see, they used to on Sundays. I typically do Sunday school where we go through the Bible and I walk them through the Bible. I really walk them through the Bible. You know what I'm saying? It's real interactive. I promise you.
I definitely got to tap into that.
P2487 said, was Jesus the allegory? I tell you what, P2487, because we're gonna move forward with the Native American and Indigenous American conversation. While we're talking about that, P2487, I want you to give you a little bit of homework over the next 6-7 minutes. I want you to find out the names of the the scripture verses of the 4 different Jesuses of the Bible. There are 4 Jesus in the Bible mentioned by name. They're not Jesus of Nazareth. In fact, the Jesus of Nazareth said, be careful that nobody fools you, for many will come saying that I am the Christ and fool a lot of y'all niggas. I'm not the Christ. Go to the book of Mark. It said Peter and his homeboy said, we have found the Messiah, which is being interpreted as the Christ. That's how they tried. They was trying to take Jesus of Nazareth and make him the Christ and link him back to the Serapians. Nah, man, you reaching now, minister. Remember, the New Testament is Greek. The same Greek motherfuckers, Alexander and Ptolemy, I just showed you. It's their book.
They wrote it.
So it's their deity. But Jesus of Nazareth said, be careful that nobody fools y'all. They're going to try to fool y'all and say that I am the Christ. Nah, man. So he was saying that other people going to come saying they Christ. Nope, because y'all can't read. Jesus said, I am. I am is first person singular. I am the Christ, is what Jesus said. I am is first person singular. THE is a definite article. No, he was not. And that's how you read. But P2487, do that for me. Find out those scriptures and tap in, and we'll talk about that towards the end. You mentioned Jesus, boy. They be ready to talk about Jesus. I love Jesus too. All right, let's go back to Monk's Mound real quick, because I want to show y'all some connected shit real quick. Kahoka Mounds, Chicago, Illinois tribe. Let's look at the mound, how big this shit was. The mound size was calculated in 1988 as 100 feet, 955 feet long, including the access ramp at the south end, 775 feet wide. This makes Monk's Mound roughly the same size at its base
as the Great Pyramid, the Great Pyramid of Giza.
This makes pyramids in North America the same size at its base as the ones you keep looking at overseas, thinking they did something.
And that was most of the mounds over here too. A lot of them were measured to be extremely big at the base like that, bigger than what they got going on over there. Not to compete or anything, but I'm just saying.
Oh, it is a competition because if you know that, and not only that, bro, these motherfuckers are older than those.
Right.
So if the ones over here are as big and as old, why they keep having us to look over there in Africa? Why they? This is just a rhetorical question, real quick. Why do they keep y'all attention fixated on Africa?
Say, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. Say, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
Why they keep looking over there?
Yo, one thing I tell folks too is like, look at it like this: like, why do they have the Great Pyramid of Giza and the pyramids in Africa set up as tourist attractions, and the ones over here still buried underground? Why is that?
Why is they're underground, bro? You can't even go in the fucking Grand Canyon. Some parts,
again, it's off limits.
Like, why can't go? Why can't go with it? It's dangerous. Let me just sign a waiver down. Let me sign a waiver and just go on my own fucking accord. Just like
they renamed
some lifeguard on duty.
My bad, brother.
No, you good, bro. It's a little bit of delay. Hey man, real quick, I appreciate y'all. We had 100 motherfucking people watching right now. Appreciate y'all, man. If you have not, please go ahead and subscribe, man. Go ahead and subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on YouTube, what up to YouTube? What up to Facebook? Me and the brother gonna start streaming live over on TikTok too. I'm gonna follow you on TikTok, bro.
Right now, I'm about to push that 1,000 mark. Probably like 930, 940.
What's your what's your TikTok?
Copper Color King. Make sure y'all go
follow. I need all 100 of y'all to go to TikTok and follow this brother right now and get him to 1,000. Get him to 1,000 because it's enough of y'all watching in the chat. I see how many of y'all in here. It's over 100 motherfuckers in here. Go over to his shit right now. Copper Color King on TikTok. Brother got heat over there. When I first saw his page, I thought it was Dan Calloway. I said, damn, who this nigga is?
Thank you,
over here.
Thank you.
Go follow him right now. If all 100 of y'all follow the brother on TikTok right now, he'll get to 1,000 tonight.
Thank you.
You can't go live with 1,000 people on TikTok. I finally hit my 1,000 a couple months ago. I did my first live last week on there. But get your 1,000, bro. We're gonna go live on TikTok a couple times too to stir it because there's a lot of motherfuckers over there that I would love to have come to TikTok. So
I'm with that.
If you're on YouTube, subscribe, hit that bell. Because y'all don't know when I'm gonna go live. Hell, sometimes I don't know when I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna have time. If you're on Instagram, Minister Informant on Instagram. I ain't posting my IG in a nice little minute, but still go check it out though. Hit the Gmail. Got any questions? You want to holler at me, get at me? Hit me up. MOI podcast at Gmail, man. But just want to take time to shout everybody out. We hit 100 motherfuckers up there. I'm like, whoa, we hit 100.
Let's do it.
And of course, y'all want to drop something in the collection plate. Collection plate always open. The doors in the church are not open yet. We'll start baptizing y'all too in a minute. But as Reverend Chicken Wing would say, pass the plate. It's the cash app at the bottom. If you want to drop something in the cash app, y'all know I don't even need it, but it's appreciated. Okay, so that's it. I had to do that real quick. I saw that 100. I said, damn, 110. We moving, and it's still growing. So Monk's Mound is as big as the fucking pyramids in Egypt, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah,
they never taught us we had anything that big over here in America.
Nothing close.
We don't even know. And again, that's why they keep us so distracted with the whole, y'all came over here on wooden ships from Africa. And Dan Calloway already debunked that shit. I've been debunked it before Dan even got hot on the thing. I don't know the brother personally, but before I was never on social media. I was teaching the whole out of Africa theories, a bunch of shit anyway. You know? So this is why they keep y'all distracted with Africa. They have to keep y'all distracted with Africa. They have to. Because if y'all start learning that y'all got pyramids over here, And I'm gonna show you what type of pyramids they are in a second, because I know everybody looking for the big stone pointy pyramid you see in Egypt. This just said we got some over here, same size as that, and it's bigger. It's bigger than this one right here, which is called the Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico. It's bigger than that one.
Right, the sun worshiping pyramid.
It's bigger than that.
And two, to touch bases back on out of Africa thing too. I don't want to like deter too much, but a lot of people don't even know that there were more Indian slaves going out than there were African slaves coming in. A lot of people don't even know that majority of the slaves that came to North America came from the Caribbean islands.
Yep.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Yep. And there's another thing too. Now, where we get our story from, is something called the Second Atlantic Slave Trade. You ever heard about that one?
No, inform me, brother. Fill me in.
Oh boy, let me put you on real quick, brother. Put you on real quick, my brother. Then I'm gonna show you why they was telling us shit like the ancestors was running north for freedom. They was just running back home. They don't came to New York and New Jersey, snatched up a whole bunch of niggas, and burned their ass down to Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana to pick that goddamn cotton. Because the first question I ask anybody is, when them Africans came over here from Africa, how the fuck they know how to plant cotton?
How they know the landscape? Right.
There were no almanacs at that time. They don't know when to plant, how to plant, none of that shit, because they were never here. You're gonna bring a boatload of people who are not from here. Hey, go out there and plant some shit real quick so we can make y'all pick that shit out the ground. And Africans looking like, what? Go plant what? Well, we need this. Is what they tell people. This is what they say. I'm teaching you how to debunk this shit. Why were the Africans brought to North America to pick cotton? Cotton didn't start until later, 1800s.
It was sugar and tobacco and stuff. That was the first crops that they were having the slaves work with, to be honest.
Well, remember earlier I made the point of this right here by saying, anytime they say that Africans came out of Africa for slavery on slave ships, you have to ask them where.
Right.
Base. Where? Ask them which America did they come to. If they say they came to North America prior to any time frame, really, 1600 my ass, they came over here and did what? Because there were only 9 colonies. South Carolina wasn't colonized yet. James Oglethorpe has not colonized Georgia yet. So what were these African slaves just doing? Just hanging out in Boston? Something like, what the fuck were they doing the whole time? Tobacco? No, because we just got the charter to set us North Carolina.
Oh, right. It wasn't in that climate. It wasn't in that
Exactly.
geographical zone. Right.
You see how easy it is to start to debunk this shit on some common sense stuff by asking these simple questions.
Right. Kill them.
But at this time frame, there were a whole lot of Africans being shipped to goddamn the Caribbean islands to pick the sugar cane.
Right.
Why were they putting so many Africans to harvest sugar cane? Because Europe just got their hands on tea.
And they needed that sugar to make it sweet.
Europe just defeated Spain. Remember earlier, the Spanish Armada? Well, the British Navy defeated them niggas and captured all them ships. Now the British naval fleet was the biggest fleet. Now here come Britain, Johnny come lately, finally getting over here, being able to participate in the great race for wealth. They just got over here. Who was they? Well, they first started with the what was called the British Indian Tea Company. The British Indian Tea Company gave way to them coming up with something called the House of Burgess. See, this is the history niggas don't want to do.
I heard of that.
Right. See, most people gonna say they heard of it, but see, when you start picking through the House of Burgess and what's called the Continental Congress, now it starts to make, this was a military situation. Okay, so what was happening now? They only got 5 fucking colonies. They had New Hampshire. It was called New Hampshire. Before it was called New York, it was called New Amsterdam. Now, see, they're saying new in front of it because over there in Europe, they already got a version of it.
It already
they got a York.
exists. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They got a Jersey. They got it's already, they call it new over here. This is the new one.
The Shire, the Shire and Hampshire, actually, the Shire, the word means kingdom. Shire, it means kingdom.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Let me raise you one on that. The word county means conquer land.
Damn.
I hope y'all writing this shit down. Write this shit down, man. We got too many goddamn jewels today, baby. Listen. Don't forget to like, comment, share. Let's get it. So, back to this real quick.
Smoke them.
Before I go to the second, I'm gonna get into
yeah, make sure y'all take a note on that one. County means what you said, conquering the land.
County means conquered land.
Conquered land. County means conquered land. Conquered
land. And see, the correlation of a county is the same thing as a manor. And a manor serfs or citizens live on the manor. And the lords, over here we call them sheriffs, patrol the county. You'll never catch a sheriff in the city limits doing nothing other than serving a fucking warrant back in his car.
Ooh, that's crazy.
They don't patrol the municipality of the city. The city is its own municipality. County. Look into that shit now, because there's several counties in the states of each state, and the state itself is a big ass manor, and you have to be a citizen or a member of that state. And when you become a member of that manor of that state, you are then given a geographical location called a zip code to point out which demarcated line of the county you live on. That's why your child can go to that school district, not in that county. Okay, let's keep going. This shit easy, man. All right, so listen. We now know we got pyramid. Listen, we know we got pyramids over here in North America. We got pyramids we have several of them. And I'm only talking about North America. I'm not talking about nowhere else, because I just pointed out in this paragraph the ones we got up here in North America are bigger or as big as the ones down there we've been seeing, like the Pyramid of the Sun and all that shit. We got them bigger than that. Bigger than that. As a platform mound, the earthwork supported wooden structures on the summit. Unlike Egypt pyramids, which were built of stone and platform, the platform mound was constructed most entirely of layers of basket transported soil and clay because of the construct and its flattened top, comma. There's a comma, so we're going to stop for a second. Let's check them out. Hold on. Let's check them out, see how they look real quick.
And for those who's watching too, man, y'all can go check out my channel, Copper Color King. I got a couple videos out on these mounds too, man. Straight fire. I ain't going front, but after what information Chef about to give me, I don't know, man. I might have to
look at this right.
Go back in them books.
I want y'all to take a look at this shit. Take a look at this shit. Those are pyramids.
Straight up.
Nah, those are mounds. No, those are pyramids.
Those are pyramids.
These are pyramids, just like, watch this. Share my screen.
Young Payola, yeah, definitely. They definitely can. Remember, Louisiana was a whole territory at first.
Oh, but we're going to deal with Louisiana.
The whole South, Muskogee Pride.
We're going to deal with Louisiana. Do y'all see that right there? Now, what I'm going to do is, because I know it's confusing when you see that shit, right? Let me see something. Okay, hold on. I gotta change my screen. Change my screen. Then I'm gonna teach y'all some shit. There we go. All right, there we go. Check this out. There you go. It's your flat top pyramid. The eye was put there to fucking distract you.
Right. Right.
Take the eye away. You have a flat top pyramid of which I just showed y'all. Those houses sitting on. Oh, minister, that might be a reach. Okay.
No, you're not. You're not. I never actually sat and thought about that. That's
what it is. That pyramid is not from Egypt. Egypt, they got a point on top of their pyramid. That eye throws you off. Cover the eye up and watch the flat top pyramid appear. Because that's the second seal. That's why there's two seals on there. Our seal for the empire that we're going to talk about. That's recognized by the United Nations. The Wichita tribe in Louisiana, Poverty Point. I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to let the Empress herself tell you in the interview I did with her. I'm putting an interview up. She going to tell you. And that vast estate that Noble Drew Ali was talking about, because Noble Drew Ali, that vast estate, this is the vast estate. And she going to tell you how many acres it was or is that they didn't agree to. That's the vast estate that Noble Drew Ali was talking about giving away to the Moors, to the faithful Moors. And why would Noble Drew Ali talk about giving away all that land? Because his mama, Elizabeth Turner, full-blooded Indian.
She was an Indian. Yeah, she was a Cherokee. Right?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
She is akin to Alicia Turner of the Wichita. These are Wichita. The Wichita tribes come out of Oshitush.
Yeah,
I know the shit sound weird because y'all niggas don't study American tribes. You know about Obatila, Shongun, Nigerian tribe. You don't tell you nothing about the tribes. Niggas know about 5 tribes. They know about 5 tribes in America. People talk about the Cherokee, Blackfoot, the Creek. Those are the typical tribes. They were part of the Iroquois Nation. Those were the fucking traders who signed the agreements with the British.
Right.
How many of y'all can talk about? Let me pull them up real quick. How many of y'all can talk about this tribe right here, Wampanoag tribe,
Wampanoags,
Maryland. This is Maryland, Delaware. They ain't gonna teach you about the Wampanoag tribes
or the Yamasee.
The Yamasee and the
Yamacraw, right. The Santee, the Watery.
Yeah. This is Chief Tamachichi. I'm sorry. Metatron. This is Metatron.
Look at the skin, man. Right, Nipmunk.
AKA Metacon. Called King Philip's War. Now the word King Philip throw you off. No, this was that brother I just showed you. They called King Philip. They gave him a European name. Was fought between colonists in Massachusetts, connected, and the Wampanoag Indians. I just showed you the sisters. They're direct descendants of the Wampanoags, led by Metacon, the guy I just showed you sitting in the chair, the sketch, and their allies, the Nipmuc and the Nagarsaw. These are all dark-skinned folk.
Copper colored.
1675. So what goddamn Africans came here in 1619 did what?
Yo, you know what's so funny? What's so funny, big dog? I found the picture, right? And me and my cousin, we was going through it in one of my older vids. The brother in the video, in the picture, looked like Bronny James from the 1700s. He was mind blown because it's like, wow, look at that. You feel me? It's in the skin complexion. You see it. That melanin, it don't go nowhere.
And for me, bro, this is no disrespect to our African kinfolk.
Right.
But all your skin folks with your kinfolk.
Right.
Nothing against them because see, Nigerians don't go around debating about the Congolese people like shit. Nigga, I'm Nigerian. We eat this. You can't go to Congo and get no jollof rice in Congo. They don't eat jollof rice in Congo. You can't go to Ethiopia or Eritrean and get this food because they're not the same fucking people. The indigenous people on the east coast of North America look like this. The ones on the west coast is what y'all see later with the long hair, okay, the brown skin with the goddamn moccasins on. They didn't even wear moccasins, first of all. So that's a misnomer. It's too goddamn hot to wear moccasins out there. Right. Moccasins where it snowed at, like in Massachusetts, I just showed you. Up in New York, it's cold, nigga. Moccasins on. Out there, not so much. They were nomads.
Thing right there.
What's that?
That's another common sense thing that you just pointed out. It's like common sense. Like, think about it. You got to think about it.
They were nomadic people. They moved. They never had a fixed place. That's why I'm about to show you in a minute. Them motherfucking mounds were already there when they got there. The mounds were way older than these long-haired Indians y'all think were Indians in teepees. Even the ones that live in pueblos. Those are the mud structures. In Mexico, we call it today. In Texas, they live in pueblos. Those mounds were already in Louisiana 1,000 years before they got here. We ain't talking about the Mississippian culture yet. We're going to take y'all all the way back. Back. The same way they take you all the way back in time in Africa, to Egypt, and to Kush. I'm going to take y'all ass back that far over here. Because, see, one thing we don't do, we don't study timelines simultaneously. And when I first started studying, bro, Dr. John Henry Clark had taught and said, if you want to know our history, go study European history. So for the first 7-8 years, all I studied was European history. That's all I studied. You ask me anything about Europe as a collective, I can tell you about it. The whole tectonic plate. All of it. So I started thinking like, damn, if there's such a rich old history over here, what the fuck was going on over here in this part of the land?
Right.
Black folks don't get American history until slavery started. And we don't even think twice about, wait a minute. So you have black folks in Egypt building big ass pyramids, running kingdoms and shit like that. You had people like, what's his name? The brother ran around the world with the gold. Can't call his name right now.
Brother,
somebody in the chat, help me out.
Mansa Musa?
The brother out of Mansa Musa. So you had Mansa Musa doing his thing. And they can give you about 4, 5, 6 more Africans who did great things. Like they were the brother who rode the elephants over the Alps mountain. All that was happening. Do you ever stop? Like, what the fuck was happening over here? Was Africa the only continent on TV at the time? Were there other continents on TV besides Africa? Yes. They don't let y'all know what was going on over here on purpose. This is your fucking territory. You ever wonder why if an African in America do something right now, they'll deport his ass or put you in jail?
Without hesitation.
Why don't send your ass back to Africa?
Right.
You keep cutting.
Send you
Hannibal,
back to
thank you. Right.
With Marcus Garvey and
them. What brother say? They'll build us in here in Philly. Yes. Now Philly is rich with history, bro. Philly and New York both are rich with history. I was just showing a brother the other day because he was talking about coastal Oklahoma, Black Wall Street. I said, man, you got Weeksville older than Tulsa. He said, what's Weeksville? Oh, I said, today they call it Brooklyn. Bedford-Stuyvesant, I'm sorry. That was a whole black territory prior to 1921, Tulsa, Oklahoma. And there's other founding cities. There's a founding city right now in Mississippi founded by our brother 15 years before Tulsa, Oklahoma even thought of. And Tulsa, Oklahoma was an Indian reservation. It was a co-op Indian reservation between I forgot the nautical mileage of those 3 streets. You know, Tulsa, Oklahoma was just 3 streets. Greenwood, Orchard, and Pine made up the community. And that's literally where Charlie Wilson comes from. That's why he got the song. Gap Band means Greenwood, Orchard, and Pine. Their number 1 song at that time was you dropped the bomb on me, which is a commemoration of Tulsa, Oklahoma. So now, when we deal with the individuals, the native, you want to call them natives? I'm going to show you what they really call the indigenous folks. This was called the first Great Migration. The first Great Migration took place and looked like this. James Oglethorpe was tasked to settle the territory called Georgia today in commemoration of King George. That's why Georgia, I'm from Georgia, born and raised. Georgia History 101. They don't even tell you this shit. I found out later. Georgia is named after King George, a man by the name of James Oglethorpe. If you Google the state of Georgia, you see Oglethorpe County, the most racist county in the fucking state, Oglethorpe County to this day.
How ironic.
The reason that James Oglethorpe wanted to colonize the territory of Georgia because those white runaways who were sent over here to the colonies, they only had 6 colonies at the time, and they grew to 9 and grew to 10. They were not 13 yet, okay? They were working on it. But each time they moved that demarcation line or that county line to new conquered land, okay, they expounded. They got a new territory. Oh, another colony. Oh, another colony. For some reason, those white indentured servants called Slavs or slaves, they would take the fuck off running and run down south, and they would hide in Georgia. Georgia was not even founded yet. James Oglethorpe felt so bad for these white runaways, and Georgia had the highest white crime rate, by the way, from these white vagabonds. Okay. That he set up the state of Georgia to help white convicts. I can show you. These were white convicts, runaways. Now, the problem he had when he was set, and this is when James Oglethorpe came into contact with Chief Tamachichi. Chief Tamachichi, he took him back over to Europe, got him drunk, all kinds of shit like that. And the ancestors couldn't fucking read or write English at all. This was sign your name on the line, sign X on the spot. Bro, it got so bad that I forgot the president at the time had to pass a law because they was getting these Native Americans drunk off of what they call fire water. They would get them drunk and they take their land, trick them into contracts and shit, take their land. They had to outlaw that shit, bro.
To make things worse too, that was also a part of how they got people hooked onto alcohol. That's how they destroyed several tribes, through the alcohol. Alcohol, religion, those things like that is what destroyed and broke apart some of these tribes and killed off generations. It's sad.
That's big to this day on most Indian reservations, like alcohol and drugs, opioids. They fucked up.
They going crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Like on some real shit. Yeah, yeah. But have we seen this before? Of course.
Definitely.
Y'all remember in the 80s when they got your uncle them hooked on crack and put them in jail? Same shit. Same shit. Same shit.
The projects is reservations, man. And I'll tell you it right here. A New Yorker coming from where I come from, every single project that you see, these are reservations. These are reservations, plots of land reserved for people that are stuck in poverty, or that are victims of this slavery, because the slavery is still going on. It's something called the Willie Lynch theory that they introduced in 1713, if I'm not mistaken. And the whole goal of the plan was to keep these people enslaved for the next 300 years. Do the math. If you got 1713 up until Emancipation Proclamation, where we was technically free, through 300 years from the 1860s up until now, and what do you get? Somebody do the math. Drop a comment below in the chat, man. Do the math. What year do you get? What's the numbers you get? It's still a enslaved thing going on around here. Like I said, the projects is reservations, man.
Let him cook. My boy cooking. Okay. Cop color, can you be sous chef? Sous chef cooking today. That's fucking fire, bro. That's fire. That's fire. Listen, and I had this whole lecture called "Get Out of Your Cotton Picking Mind," and the whole thing with the cotton picking mind situation is stop thinking that the Emancipation Proclamation freed y'all. Let's deal with the words, because I know our people suffer from two things, bro. The first thing is something called psychoneurosis. It's a term coined in 1960.
Psycho
It came out of the Negro Bible. Oh, well, boy, let's deal with it. Watch how factual it is. Psychoneurosis. Hold on. Watch how factual this shit is when we read it out loud.
Yo,
and what you think about our people?
That's crazy.
Think about our. It's not a laughing matter, but think about our people as we read it. I'm laughing because I'm getting excited about it.
Oh my God, yo, that's sad. Now I'm laughing because it's like it's so many different terms that I learned about throughout doing my research that these fancy Europeans choose to give to people of melanated skin complexion. They give all these different terms, which, if you ask me, adds on to the reclassification.
Man, listen, bro, I do a whole that get out of your kind of picking mind lecture, bro. I talk about when you first went to shul, you say school. Hebrew, shul is hell. You go to hell for 12 years, and the first thing you learn in hell is what? Spelling. Well, let's look at what spelling means. It means a magical incantation, so on and so forth. If you don't think in school you learn spelling to put you under the spell, why, when you act up, they make you write this shit on the board 100 times? Because then it becomes what's called a chant or an incantation.
And you put that bug in your head.
Program.
You just killed them, bro.
Listen, not only that, after first, second, third grade, elementary, you go to what's called grimoire. You call it grammar. It's called grimoire. Which is another magical incantation. So now, if you don't understand how to spell work, that's okay. Watch this right. That's why now in the conscious community, all you gotta do is just manifest, just say it out loud, it'll come. What the fuck were you saying back then? What were you manifesting back then? You were under the spells, you were under the grimoires, and your mama and grandma was under another spell called the ghost spell or the gospel. Or the spell.
Kill them.
All of our people are affected by what's called psychoneurosis, which is a mental disorder affecting the spirit and personality motives of actions of Negroes who have failed to rid themselves of their rid themselves of their psychological ills they've occurred from their collective experience with foreigners. You have failed to rid yourself.
Ice, bro. Get this man a bucket of ice. He's going crazy. He's on fire.
Psychoneurosis.
What?
This is how you know your people got psychoneurosis. It's marked by a distorted idea of self and others. Let's stop at that comma because that means you got to stop and reflect for a second. How do I know my people have psychoneurosis? Because it's marked by a distorted ideal of self. Did not Noble Jew Ali had to come teach you niggas you wasn't niggas no more? Did the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teach you pick your head up? Marcus Garvey, pick y'all head up. What's wrong with y'all? Did not Malcolm X ask you, who told you you was this? Did not all these great, I'm going to call them mujentas, reformers, redeemers of Allah, did not they come tell y'all who y'all was? Noble Drew Ali had to come in 1920 because they just set y'all free 30, 40 years before he was born. Supposedly.
We didn't know who we was coming out of slavery.
I ask people, what is a prophet? A prophet is the thought of Allah manifest into flesh. Allah will always send a prophetic word to the people before the great and dreadful day. So our people had this distorted ideal of themselves and others. We thought we was less and they was more. Psychoneurosis results in unnatural patterns of perception. Man, we come from Africa. We are the African. We come from the motherland, from Egypt. Psychoneurosis results in unnatural patterns of perception. Copper Color King trying to tell you some shit. You want to fuss with this brother because their logic, their thoughts, their speech, behavior, and their emotional expression is accompanied by various other unnatural dispositions of manifestations, such as, but not limited to, Group depreciation. I ain't got no love for no slut. I'm gonna put my thumb in it's craziness. Self-group depreciation, the champion of non-black ideas.
Mental slavery.
Psychoneurosis.
That's what I'm gonna call it now. It's psychoneurosis. I'm changing my terms. No more mental slavery.
You have to break the spell.
A psychoneurosis. Yes.
Conversations in non-black religions. They love white Jesus. Right. Xenophilia. Anglocentric xenophilia. White Jesus. Cognitive dissonance. Dr. Joy DeGruy put us on that word. Ben knew it, but she put us on that word. Look up Dr. Joy DeGruy. Great lecturer. Brilliant sister. Cognitive dissonance. Sexual deviation. Escapism. Dual or double consciousness. Conflicting loyalties. Unscrupulous liberalism. This describes our people to the fucking T. You talking about the Willie Lynch letter? Shit. Look at this shit.
This describes beyond our people. This describes us for generations, going back and possibly forward. If we don't do something about it.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna give you one more word to put with that word. Hope y'all taking notes. Write down psychoneurosis. I'll give you a minute to spell it.
I did.
I'll give you a minute to spell it.
Y'all needs to, because let me tell y'all, you will not learn this in no school. But you got to tap in with
True. Hell.
Psychoneurosis.
Now, what happens, bro, is because our greats was indoctrinated or inoculated, shall I say, with psychoneurosis, genetically, we were predisposed to think that way. Genetically. Meaning before you were even in your daddy nutsacks, you were already predisposed genetically to think this way. Watch this word. Watch this word right here.
This is due to the trauma our
epigenetics
is experience. Epigenetics, okay?
According to Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, epigenetics is the study of how your behaviors and environment can cause changes that affect the way your genes work. Unlike genetic changes, epigenetic changes are reversible and do not change your DNA sequence, but they can change how your body reads a DNA sequence.
To be more specific for y'all too, right? Just think about it like this. Why you think you got all this fast food around? Negative energy, the crime, the dirty streets, the nasty neighborhood. They do that to get you right where they know they can get you, because there's no more physical. I'd be damned if they feel like they gotta come out here and physically enslave us. We going out with a bang. That's how it go. But mentally, oh man.
And you know what? One day, I'm gonna show y'all how y'all gotta restart thinking history on. I told you on slavery, because watch this. It's funny. Type it in. Watch this.
I use Googling the slave breeding falls. That's another crazy one.
Like I told y'all before, because y'all are under psycho fucking neurosis. These people in this picture are not slaves. They're just at work. These are farmers. These are agriculturalists. White folks don't know how to grow shit in America. No idea until the USDA came along. And they had to learn this from George Washington Carver. Hey, brother. These people with their kids, they're at work. It was very common. It was very common for black kids back then to only go to about the 3rd or 4th grade, because what your black ass need to know back then and even now is a motherfucking skill, a trade. Use some hands.
Right.
Use some hands. Okay, you got your doctoral degree. Okay, you got your master's degree. Okay, you got your bachelor's degree. You're not even working in the job field you went to school for it, and you in debt. If you're a barber, chef, a mechanic, a builder, you will always have a fucking job. Gardener, people got to eat. These people are at work. So get out of your cotton picking mind and reverse the psychoneurosis. These are not slaves. They tied.
You know, what proves this too, and I don't mean to cut you off, big dog, but for those who love that ancestry stuff, right? If you just go and look at the ancestry and you go back to your ancestors from, like, let's just say the 1700s to the 1800s, you will see their occupation says farmer or laborer. That tells you all you need to know right there.
The Steve Franzer, I'll point this out. Sharecropping, White hadn't started yet, but you're on the right track. Absolutely. These farmers, or these people that work right here, it was their land. Remember? I just told you that Jane Oglethorpe, maybe I ain't finished the story. Jane Oglethorpe had to come down in the South, in Georgia, and push these people right here. He pushed them out of the territory of Georgia. They walked across Alabama, Mississippi, and winded up in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Ask yourself, where in the fuck did all those black people come from in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
They're going to tell you out of nowhere. They're going to say,
how?
Over 300,000 Africans, and we multiplied like rats and roaches. That's what they're going to tell you.
No. Get the fuck out of here.
Makes no sense.
If y'all believe that, if y'all really believe what the brother just said, I'm not saying he's right or wrong, but if y'all believe that, let's have another conversation about what's called eugenics. And let's talk about the American Birth Control League. If you can't talk about American Birth Control League, you can't talk about eugenics, you don't know who the fuck Francis Galting is,
kill him.
Then we can't talk about nothing then. And we ain't even got the Margaret Sanger yet. If you really think that. I would rather believe that Pharaoh gave Joseph permission to come over here and settle. That's what I would rather believe. That's what the Moors teach. Hebrew Israelites believe the same thing.
Right.
That's where you get them white boys out west with those tassels on their pants. You get the white boys with the cowboy hats on because they took what's called a joel. Joel. Look up a joel and put a brim on it, which was a fucking fez.
A fez, man.
They bent it up. Come on, man. We can go all day with this
fez,
shit.
Man.
See,
the fez, man.
If they don't treat you right, they're not gonna teach you right.
Come on, man.
Y'all know about all of the evilness that these white folks done did, and y'all still be believing like, nah, they won't do that. They won't lie on Jesus. The same people, because I'm 41. Same people who had me in shul pledging my allegiance. Should have been fucking illegal. Pledging my allegiance. If y'all knew how serious it is to pledge your allegiance to something, whew,
something
that's worse than bro, for real. Pledging allegiance to the flag in school, for me, now that I know better, was worse than me kneeling at the altar taking my Masonic obligation. Worse than that. And I am a Mason. Worse than that. So, before we proceed, I got the picture on the screen for a reason, because I want to put in y'all mind. These people are just at work. They're just working. They're just working their little ass off. Well, what they do with all the cotton? Well, the cotton was on their land. And see, wow, man, it's crazy. What happens is white folk at the time, but there's no banking system at this time. There's no Carnegie yet. There's no Jekyll Island meeting yet. There's no Federal Reserve yet.
Right.
Can't just go to fucking Bank of America and get a loan back then. What you could do though is get fronted some supplies by these founding white folks. They would front them a mule and get them seed and tools and all that kind of shit, and then they go out there and plant, and harvest time coming, they'll settle up, and white man say, well, you know you're a little short, right? What you mean? White man pull his ledger out with all them English words on there, and this brother, shit, he didn't go past third grade. He's showing them accounting, and listen, I have a bachelor's degree, it still fucked me up. The white plantation owner out there with his ledger book, talking to this brother right here, this gentleman right here. Imagine him talk. Use your imagination. Put your thinking cap on for a second. He come out with his ledger book, talking to this brother, and he's showing him accounting, debits and credits, some shit like that. And it's 2024, and we still don't know how to do debits and credits in accounting. I think he felt. And the end result is, I'm gonna need y'all to work 3 more seasons to pay off your debt, Johnny. Black man go tell his wife back there, and she got his back. I wish they made sisters like her now.
Oh man,
piss poor.
I say it all the time. That's the reason why I'm single.
Piss fucking poor. She with him, got his back, and the kids. Listen, 100%. We got to work 3 more seasons to pay off master. And when you hear the word master or master, what happened is those white big houses you guys call a plantation house, that was the corporate office. That's all that was. And Massa, his LLC, he was a planter. And as a planter, as a white planter who could not plant shit, he subcontracted the work out to migrant workers who could not read or write and took advantage of them. And I say this, and I say it today, I die. If there was an HR or EO department back then, slavery would have never fucking happened. They didn't have an HR department to go to.
For real though. Now it's so funny that you say that though, because we could take it even back to the enslavement of the Aboriginals. They used this right here, these same strategies, to basically enslave the people on their own land. They used the people as commodities, and then basically took the people's commodities and told them, like, look, you are now in debt, and the only way you can get this back is if you perform this labor for me, or if you go to war and fight this other tribe and bring me back more slaves. And we talking about horses, we talking about crops, we talking about women and children, the seeds of the family, the seeds, the core roots, taking them away, swiping them away, and considering them like tangible assets. Like, these are assets, and we're gonna take your assets away from you. It's crazy. It's even more crazier because you look at life now and you look at the debt to credit, the income ratio and stuff like that, and then you look at it from that aspect, and it's like, damn, like y'all trying to financially enslave us too? First, y'all don't teach us about economics. Y'all don't teach us about this financial aid that y'all give us to go into college. Y'all don't teach us about any of those things, so that when our people put ourselves in these positions, we get into it from an ignorant perspective. Remember, ignorant is not knowing. You don't know. You feel like you're doing something right, but that's because Master said so.
I already told you, if they didn't treat you right, they're not going to teach you right.
It's crazy.
If they did not treat you right, they're not going to teach you right.
It's crazy.
Young Payola, good question. We're going to deal with this. I'm going to put a star beside. We're going to deal with this right here.
Oh, yeah, we definitely got to talk about that, because I found out about that, and it's crazy.
And while you're waiting in the chat, Young Payola, I want you to go look up European Moors. They were not all black, by the way. We'll deal with it.
Right.
And Moriscos.
Right.
Moranos. Let's focus on the one. Let's focus on something else real quick. Let's go back in time again, and let's deal with something called the 100-year Indian War. This is the 100-year Indian War. For 100 years. 100 years, which is a very long time. It's called a century. For 1 century, our forefathers here in North America were fighting Europeans. And the ones who they would capture, like the brother said, they would put them to what's called work camps. And the reason they can put them into work camps, because as the colonial armies would encroach on Indian territories and fight them, they had guns. Europeans had guns. They had the muskets, the one shooters. They had the muskets. Our people had bow and arrows and tomahawks and shit like that. But the Europeans would not even have the fucking bayonets or the weapons had not they gone over to Asia. This is Marco Polo. Look him up.
Right.
He goes to Asia and set up trade for gunpowder.
Right, via Silk Road.
Because Europe was coming into what's called the Discovery Age. They wanted salt, they wanted pepper, they wanted curry, they wanted green curry, they wanted green tea. They wanted all. They never had it. They was fucked up. Now we got the tea. It don't taste good. Oh, we got some sugar. Oh, go get that sugar then. Go get all of it. Who gonna pick it? Get them niggas out of Africa. They'll do it. Well, how are we gonna take people out of Africa to go get the sugar cane under what's called Intica Terra Cavina? You enslave anybody who won't bow to that cross. It happened during what's called the Punic Wars. I'm sorry, the Crusades. This was another Crusades.
Right.
Pope Innocent said, go out and conquer the infidels. Earlier, Constantine, this is years before this happened, way before it happened. Constantine said he had a vision of a cross in the sky. And that same cross is inserted through a crown. And that same cross and that crown is placed in the black church on a table called the communion table up front. Every Baptist church got it. And there's a red little cloth with the gold tassels. There's a crown with a cross in that crown. But what you don't see are the Latin words say in hoc signet vince, in this sign we shall conquer. So when they hit the shores of North America, the white boys came in the name of their Lord. And these white boys were called the army of God. You think that these white boys came over here in the colonies just learning how to shoot like some Daniel Boone shit? No. These white boys were already trained to fight. These were your Hospitallers, your Knights of Malta, your Jesuits. They were on a mission to come over here and take some shit over. The Pequot, this is another Indian tribe on the East Coast. This is during the 100-year Indian War, where the Pequot sold into slavery. Most enslaved Pequots are non-combatant women and children. The brother just told you, those pictures where they got the babies being ripped from their mama's arm, screaming and crying, this is it right here. The real shit, though.
They made a killing.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, please.
Oh no, I was gonna say they made a killing off of it because it wasn't about like what was going on right then and there. Like I said, it was about how can they change the future? How can they pacify this race, change their ethnic background, remove their history, change their belief system, change everything about them, and incorporate them into our society. It was about the future. And how do you do that? You get the women and you get the children. The women breed the babies, you raise the children up on this false doctrine.
So, brother, let me ask you this question because you're a very intelligent brother. What you just said described what happened during the 100-year Indian War. What you just talked about also happened down at Fort Negro when James Oglethorpe, the founder of Georgia, sent his son, Robert Duvall, and Colonel Andrew Jackson to go blow up Fort Negro, mostly women and children. The men were gone. And they captured some of them too, men and women and children. And in commemoration of killing off all those indigenous people in Fort Negro, we're going to call the county conquered land Duval, after Robert Duval, James Oglethorpe's son, and we call the city Jacksonville.
Yo, I did not know that. That's crazy.
Listen, boy. Bro.
Yo, that's crazy. What?
What you just said out your mouth just now is the same thing that happened at Fort Negro.
That's crazy. I gotta add that to my notes, man. No,
but see, if you study who James Oglethorpe was, you'll find out about his son. And James Oglethorpe was having a big ass problem getting these black Negroes off this territory called Georgia, trying to push them out. So when he heard about Colonel Andrew Jackson won the War of 1812, Ooh, let's get him. He'll do it. And Andrew Jackson, like, what the fuck is my incentive? If you can do this shit, we'll make you general. And he became General Andrew Jackson.
Right.
And he became president.
Right.
He became president. You'll see a great percent of your early presidents of America were all generals.
Yeah. Military officials.
Not politicians. Because this was a military war effort. That's why I'm showing y'all the 100-year Indian War. When they hit them fucking shores, when they first hit the shores, that's the reason they couldn't come into Virginia Beach. They had to be out on the what do you call it? Isle of Wight. They couldn't come inland into like Norfolk, Virginia. They couldn't come that far in. They could not come that far in. Not without the fucking Pamunkey Indians out there. They couldn't. So to fight this was war power tactics. It was war power tactics when Abraham Lincoln could not invoke his will over the South to free the Lincoln said, if I could have ended the war without freeing the slaves, I would have did it. His words. Lincoln also was advised, Abraham, listen, since the South has succeeded, the South, they got their own president. Okay? So whatever you say out your mouth in your proclamation ain't gonna mean shit because you don't run shit down there. Okay? That's Jefferson Davis, who's the president of the fucking South now. Jefferson Davis served for a term or a year and a half. Who finished out Jefferson Davis' term? A black man. A brother.
Enlighten me, bro, because I'm puzzled right now.
That's okay. I got you. Hold on. Let me remove this banner real quick.
Cause I'm like, hold on. He about to blow this shit.
Listen. 26,000 years of information is what I got in my head. 26,000 years of information is what I got in my head.
It's crazy too though, because Lincoln got Germanic, black German, Swarthy German ancestry in his blood.
Yeah. Who finished Jefferson Davis' term?
Here is information from Wikipedia.
Henry T. Elliott.
Hold on. Who is Hiram Revels?
Oh, Hiram Revels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what, he was like a mulatto?
No, this is a nigga.
A straight up Negro.
Hiram Revels of Mississippi was the first African American member of the United States Senate. You got their senator, then a president in the South. He was the first African American senator. And I can show you 9 more. During 1866, 1869, 1870.
So this was during Louisiana's Reconstruction period.
His brother from Mississippi.
Okay, Mississippi. Okay.
Watch this. You one more. Watch this.
Look, Chris, ain't that crazy?
It?
He said, damn.
Watch this. Hold on. Who founded Mound Bayou?
Isaiah Montgomery.
Isaiah T. Montgomery. 1887. Black Wall Street was 1920 something.
He said.
Founded. See, look, what's gonna happen here, bro? You're not gonna find a black founder of Tulsa, Oklahoma, because it was an Indian reservation. It's a great story.
Tulsa means black.
Huh?
Tulsa, it means black in the Choctaw Chickasaw language, the Muskogee language. Tulsa, like Tuscaloosa or Tuskegee and Mothla, all of that, it means black or like black warrior.
100% believe it. I'm showing y'all. Look at the time period. Now, for those of y'all who are paying attention and being great students, under your time category, write down 1887 is when a black man founded a whole territory for a black city. You think that was luck? Who founded Weeksville? 1838. Y'all thought y'all was all that picking cotton? No. I told y'all they was at work. Those niggas in the field just showed y'all were at work. So the people down south, they were farmers. They were agriculturalists. They worked outside a lot. My granddaddy, my great-granddaddy, my grandma had a big-ass garden in real life. Swear to God. They worked in the field. My grandma had a great education. Listen to what I'm telling you. 5th grade education. My mama is 61. My mama picked cotton to go to the county fair. Her and my aunties, swear to God. I'm from Georgia. I'm from this shit. I'm telling y'all what's going on.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, too, one of my I know for sure my great grandfather distilled moonshine. He was a pig farmer. Did a lot of cropping and stuff like that. Agriculture. He got busy with it. My thing is, he had to learn it from somewhere, and whoever he learned it from knew the land already. So, proof is in the pudding.
I don't know. Now, anybody on this live that's from the South, watch this shit. Let me show y'all something. Watch this. Anybody from the South on the line right now? If you come to South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Florida. If you're from the South, press 111. If you're from the South, press 111. I remember growing up in Georgia as a young lad, we used to be outside all the fucking time. Okay, Callaway, L, Pitt. We used to be outside so much growing up, bro. We hardly came in the house because our mama would whoop our ass. You stay in or out. This was just a rule, house rule. We would go out in the woods and we would pick plums, muscadines, scummadimes, blackberries, crab apples. Nobody taught us about that shit. We just automatically knew what to eat. And we just hung out in the fucking woods. I swear to God. We hung out in the woods as children. And it didn't hit my ass until years ago. I said, God damn it, we fucking Indians.
Yeah, man.
We out there foraging.
He said, God damn it, we Indian.
I'm watching my granddaddy slaughter a hog, shoot deers, take the deer meat, put it in the smokehouse, learn how to fish. And it hit me years ago. I said, oh, this is what we've been doing. We've been know the land. We know what to eat. If you ever heard of something called poke salad, poke salad looks like collard greens. It grows wild out in the woods. I did about 9 or 10. Me, my mom, my stepfather went out in the woods looking for poke salad. The thing about poke salad, you got to cook it about 3 or 4 times because it's poisonous. It fuck you up. But you cook it 3 or 4 times, and then you mix in some turnip greens and some collard greens with it, and it becomes edible. Who in the fuck told you can eat that?
Who taught you how to dilute something as toxic as that to be able to consume? Like what you just said, who the fuck taught you that? There's only
That's all the proof I needed.
Did that.
That's all the proof I needed at that time to be like, you know what, nigga, we from here. We from goddamn Africa. We from here. The same way a young boy in Africa know where to walk to and where to get this shit from out of the woods too.
Right. Well, Geechee.
Oh, boy, don't get me started on Geechee Gullah. Geechee Gullah Coast, they eat more rice than Chinese. That's a fact. That golden rice that grows in Carolina. Now, see, I'm gonna say this. it used to be a thing where if you were from up north, you'd be compelled to think that the niggas down south was slow. They talk slow, they act slow, they don't know nothing. Country rat, city rat. But nobody from New York or up north could come down there in the summertime and fuck with us outside.
Nah, we can't. We can't.
Not outside.
Nah, we can't. We can't. I got a friend named Billy. He lives in Syracuse, and he's probably watching this right now. He's from Georgia himself. That's Nature Boy. I ain't getting down with him. That's Nature Boy. He could do anything in the wild. Anything. Anything.
Because when you're from a place, it's easy. When you're from there, you know what I'm saying? Any of our cousins that came down from New York and Jersey to visit for the summertime, we be outside barefoot, some cut-off jean shorts on, maybe a tank top, maybe our shirt off, and be just as sweaty and greasy and just the blackest shit outside.
He said sweaty, greasy, blackish. But y'all happier though.
No, it wasn't that. When I realized how much we walked around with our shoes off, I said, "Oh, we Indians."
Grounding,
shit,
bro. Grounding.
We fucking Indians. This is what they did 700, 900 years ago. Out here, just walk around barefooted, eating plums and scum and dimes and crab apples and shit. All right, I digress. But this is another community, y'all. 1838. Mr. James Weeks, a brother. He purchased. Where you get the money from? He purchased his first plot of land in 1838 and became one of the community's largest property owners. This is in Bedford-Stuyvesant. And the only reason I'm pointing this out, this brother right here and Mr. Montgomery, I showed you earlier, Isaiah Montgomery, because I want you to understand in your mind, everybody was not out in the fields picking fucking cotton. They show y'all the same 10 pictures on Google. There are no more updated photos of niggas picking cotton in the field. They can't give you no more. And if you research them photos, you see of black people in the field with them cotton sacks. They were farmers. They were agriculturalists. If there was a USDA back then, Department of Agriculture back then, they would have been the fucking CEO of that shit. Who wrote the first almanac? The almanac tracked the weather patterns. Benjamin Banneker, a nigga. Respectfully, N-A-G-A.
Managas.
Let's move on. I told y'all getting that work tonight.
Killing it, man. Killing it. I ain't even going
I told you. Y'all thought we were going to come on here and just share some old regular information y'all already heard before. No. We're not doing that here. Not on my goddamn channel. We're not repeating nothing y'all done heard before. Back to these mounds. Because I showed y'all those mounds are the same mounds back of that dollar bill. Take your thumb and cover that eye up. That eye tricking y'all. You see it but one eye on that bit, like, ooh, one eye. And that eye make y'all think that eye is God, the deity, watching over everything. No, eye fools your ass. Cover that eye up. Those are the pyramids right there. Now, a flat top pyramid. We're going to go back to this right here. We're going to deal with the Anhart period, the Woodland period. Those two periods predates the Mississippi culture. We're going to deal with that too.
That was a picture of the Serpent Mound, correct? The one when you hovered over the Woodland period? Okay. All right. So I'm following.
But that goes back to the Anhart period, though. Way long time ago. Watch this, though. What is a truncated pyramid?
According to polyhedra models, the truncated pyramid is a polyhedron formed from a pyramid by cutting off its part by a plane parallel to the base.
Picture, you want to see what it look like? There it is. Bang! Goddamn pyramid, not a mound.
Truncated pyramid.
A fucking pyramid, not a mound.
There I go.
You just didn't know what kind of pyramid it was because you only seen one kind of pyramid, the pointy one over in Africa. But you keep thinking you're from Africa because you ain't been taught about the shit over here yet.
Truncated pyramid.
Nobody has taught y'all about over here yet. Nobody has told you what type of pyramid is on the back of that dollar bill. Take your thumb and cover up that fucking eye. Truncated pyramid. But can I see one? Yeah, go up to Illinois. It's huge. We just showed y'all the one in Illinois is the same size as motherfucker over there in Egypt. What? Same size. And there are multiple of these bitches over here too. I'm gonna show you in a second.
They found some, if I'm not mistaken, like I remember seeing on an article or something, they found if I'm not like the Back Creek stone, something like that. They found a stone inside one of these mounds in North America that had Paleo-Hebrew inscriptions on it, which I thought to be freaking crazy.
I wouldn't fucking doubt it. There's nothing that they can say at this point that would surprise me by anything they found.
Right.
In fact, I'll be ready to say I told y'all. That's all I'm ready to say at this point, bro.
Right.
I told y'all.
And
so,
for those who want more symbolism, if you look at the badges of each police force or sheriffs or whatever the case may be, most of them have some type of Indian-related ideology on the badge. I can go look that up.
Look at this shit.
Huge.
Now, this is just in Illinois. Watch this. Map of Poverty Point.
Yeah, Poverty Point is stupid.
Loaded with pyramids. This is Louisiana. This is not Egypt. This is not overseas. This is right here in your backyard. In this same little river, there's pyramids along the whole river. Pyramids. See? Boop. This is the Nile River. Memphis, Tennessee, right here. Memphis, Egypt, Memphis, Tennessee. All the way up. Illinois. Look at that. Mound. If you're from Georgia, Eagle Rock Mound is one of those mounds. 8th, 9th, 10th grade, you should have went on a field trip to Eagle Mound. It's a big ass eagle up there. That's a mound too, right there in Georgia. I'm from right here, Atlanta.
And then they got some in Florida too. They got some in Florida.
Yeah. What tribes were in Florida? Of course, the Seminole, but the Miamians. That's a whole tribe called Miami. It's a Miami tribe. I know. Yeah, y'all thought Miami. There's nothing new under the sun, family.
That's where they get most of their city and state names from anyway. They take it from the Aboriginal.
And they can't help but to show you.
The Tunica, two young Paola. They were sun worshippers, though. I mean, the Timucua, they were sun worshippers. Coles Creek culture, the Plaquemine Mine culture. Yeah, it's a lot. They don't teach us about that stuff in school, man. Kincaid site. Oh, they got a lot of discoveries from this Kincaid man. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot that we gotta overstand with this stuff. We gotta overstand a lot. understanding, we beyond understanding now. We just gotta go dive back into the history and really like connect the dots. Gotta connect the dots. You can't believe no more what they say. It's his story. According to them, that's his story. They wrote it. That's not our story. We ain't write it. Ain't come from our people. Yeah, Snake Mound too. Big dog, you still there? Everything good? Yeah, believe.
Oh shit, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, but I was just talking my ass off. Okay, hold on. My bad. Listen, I want everybody to understand something real quick. Do not call these motherfucking mounds no more. They're pyramids. Get used to saying pyramids. The indigenous people of North America built substructure pyramids for well over 1,000 years. Thousands of years. Do you understand this shit? Thousands of years. That means ain't nobody came on the Barren Straits yet. Ain't no Mongoloids came on the Barren Straits yet.
Big dog, I could drop a bomb for them real quick.
For sure.
All right, y'all. I just wanted to point this out to y'all, being that we talking about mounds. This is from the book, The History of the Choctaw, Chickasaw, and the Natchez. And it states, as they were migrating north into the North America, the United States, the land that we know as Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama. By the way, Alabama is another Indian tribe. This is what these people did once they made it here to our land. It says, then, as commemorative of this great event in their national history, they threw up a large mound embracing 3 acres of land and rising 40 feet in a conical form, with a deep hole about 10 feet diameter excavated on the top, and all enclosed by a ditch encompassing nearly 20 acres. After its completion, discovered not to be correct, but a little length, and they named it Mumia, mountain or mound. The leaning mound, the leaning pyramid, as buried in the accumulated rubbish of years unknown, disfigured also by the desecrating touch of time.
That's crazy. Crazy. The indigenous people of North America, they didn't call them Indians. They didn't call them Native Americans. They said the indigenous people of North America is what they just said. The indigenous people of North America. That means they've been here. Let's keep on reading real quick. Let's get through this. The indigenous people of North America built substructure pyramids for well over 1,000 years, starting in the Antarctic period. How long ago was that? Let's see how long ago that was. That is Snake Mound. We'll talk about it in a second. In the classification, archaeologists' culture of North America, the Antarctic period of North America, taken to last from around 8,000 BC to 1,000 BC. Okay. I'm gonna be quiet for 2 seconds. Let y'all wrap y'all mind around how long ago that was.
Yo, now I would just say
8,000 years ago.
That's long, man.
8,000 years ago, nobody was calling themselves Chickasaw. You right, Payola.
Right.
8,000 years ago, nobody was calling themselves none of that shit that you hear today. None of it. But what I can do is show you who the fuck was here and what they look like. You want to debate that they look like this? Well, let's pull up a map of 8,000 years ago and see what Africa looked like. Let's see what Asia looked like. Let's see what every fucking spot in this planet looked like 8,000 years ago. Now, we all agree that Europeans came out of Kahoka Mound 6,000 years ago, or around that time. According to teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, these Europeans were up in caves, which they were. They're called cave dwellers. They were called troglodyte niggers.
The wild men.
Watch this. Troglodyte nigger is what they were called.
I'm thinking cheddar man.
Huh?
I'm thinking cheddar man. I'm trying to think about like what that is, like as you're teaching me.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you real quick.
Bruce Lee said a Khazar.
Troglodyte nigger. There it is right there.
Chimpanzee.
See, I'm gonna show you one second. See, you only hear old white people saying, well, I'd just be a monkey's uncle. I'm gonna show you how they are. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
They not man, they mankind.
But bro, the thing's just right here. The thing is right here. When I show people about the troglodyte niggers, and y'all can say, oh, that's Niger. No, that's nigger. That's the same word that they call Peter them in the Bible. Niggers. N-I-G-R is black. No matter how you slice it, it's black. These are called troglodyte niggers. They're 5 feet tall, hairy. They live inside of caves up the Caucasus Mountains. The only reason that people ask you, are you O positive, O negative, is something called the RH factor, known as the rhesus factor, known as a rhesus monkey. 80% of Europeans have the rhesus factor or RH in their blood. 3% of Africans do. But when I bring this picture right here up, watch this. The evolution of man. Our mind is so fucked up. This picture shows you nobody black on the picture. You've been seeing since goddamn middle school.
Right.
You ain't never seen anything on that picture. Some kind of way we came from monkeys. No, they came from monkeys. And you see right there, that last one. Let me teach y'all something real quick. That last little monkey at the end of the line right here. Then right here, this is the troglodyte. The second one is the troglodyte. The next one, third one, is what they call Homo habilis. The next one is what they call Homo sapien. The next one is what they call Homo sapien sapien. Now, the African chart or the black chart of evolution, they start something called Zanthropus, Africa robustus. If you don't know anthropology, then you're probably lost right now. This is the origin of white folk, Europeans. This is not racism. This is, they know
Truth.
that.
It's bio. This is truth. Yeah.
So when we talk about the origin of species, this is them. That chart ain't got nothing to do with y'all. Nothing. But the fact when you hear that RH negative or RH positive, O negative, A positive, they're determining, do you have the RH or rhesus factor, rhesus monkey? If you have that factor, most Europeans are born with tails. Do you know that? They still get tails when they're born today. To this day, they still get tails. This is their genetic makeup. This is their predisposed disposition. This is them.
That's some Dragon Ball Z shit.
Oh, with the tail shit?
Yeah.
For sure. Okay, so now we know that our people have been here for thousands of years, y'all. Off the rip. What is the Mississippian culture? And bro, you can speak to this as well.
Got it.
Notice the time frame. This is 800 to 1600. What I just showed y'all a minute ago went way back before this, right?
Meaning they predate the Mississippian people.
Yes, sir. Because before the Mississippian people, I'll show you one more real quick. You have another one. This is all North American history. What is the woodland period?
According to National Park Service, the woodland period is a label used by archaeologists to designate pre-Columbian Native American occupations dating between roughly 500 BC and AD 1100 in eastern North America.
500 BC, which picks up right from the Hark period. Then you get the woodland period. Then out of those two periods, you get a civilization known as the Mississippian culture, because now they have cultivated the Mississippi River with those, not mounds, pyramids. So the civilization that put the pyramids along the Mississippi River from Illinois, Kahoka Mound, all the way down to Poverty Point, Louisiana, was all what you like to call Negroes. Oh, man, you can't prove that. Well, let's do that real quick before we move on.
And you could, for the people who get into the Bible, we could debunk this biblically. I mean, you look at it. Where did Japheth's descendants go? You know, you could look up the tribes who come from Japheth. There'll be the Mongols, the Chinese, the Slavs, stuff like that. And then those who are Hamitic, you know, that's over there in Africa. But Shem's descendants, where did they go? That's the question. Where did they go? We know that he's the progenitor of all Negroes. So, like Chef just said, over here in America, the Mississippian people was all Negroes. What does that tell you? Could these be Shem's kids? Could we be descendants from Shem? Huge possibility. Huge possibility.
Cass said, preach, brother. Where does Shem go?
that's the other half of this brand.
Right. teach, Muhammad. So now you have the Olmec civilization. Number one, no, we ain't gonna talk about this for very long. This is not even a conversation. This is not even a conversation about who these people, who they were.
I show this to my dad all the time. I like, your pops, you look just like this, bro. For real. Just like him.
We ain't even got it. And they're old. Watch this. How old are, not were, the old Mech? How old are they? 1600 BC to 350 BCE. Did y'all write those times down from earlier, dealing with the woodland era and the Antarctic era of North America? Those people were around the same time these people were around. Same time.
Bunham.
So whoever built those pyramids along the Mississippi River for the Mississippi culture were also in contact with these folks down there in Central America. Remember that white archaeologist I showed you way earlier? When he went to this area to see these people down, this civilization down here, he was talking about not the Olmec, the Aztecs. See, the Aztecs are descendants of the Olmec, but the Aztecs are descendants through an amalgamation of the Mongoloid, came over in the Bering Straits, and they intermingled with the Olmecs, and they created the first civilization called the Toltec.
Right. See,
the Incas and the Mayans are way down the line. They way down the line. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something sacred that should be kept secret. This is the Toltec, a member of an indigenous people. See, they're not going to notice how. I'll show you what native mean, what Indian mean. Those are all misnomers. A member of the when you see the word indigenous or the word aborigine, not aboriginal. Aboriginal means away from the original. Aborigine is the word you want to go with. The indigenous people that flourished in Mexico before the Aztecs. These are the Toltecs. Anybody know about Toltecs? See, the Mayans and Aztecs were way later.
It's a lot of tribes.
Toltecs.
It's a lot.
Pre-Columbian Meso America culture that ruled a state centered in Toluca. This is Central America. When you're talking about tribal affiliation, the Toltecs and the Native Americans in the East Coast, West Coast of America is no more different than the tribes of Africa. The South African tribes and the Northern African tribes look at it the same way. In your mind, even though it'll fit, America can fit inside of Africa about 2 or 3 times. Imagine the Americas, all 3, and imagine Africa. So there were tribes on the East Coast of America, tribes on the West Coast of America, tribes in the center of America, tribes in South America. There's tribes in North Africa, tribes in Central Africa, tribes in South Africa, all throughout the whole goddamn continent. What they're trying to do is tell you that you came from the tribes over there somewhere. We don't even know which one you came from. If you put spit on a Q-tip, we can tell you where you came from. That shit's stupid.
Super
Can't
stupid.
tell nobody tribe by spit. Come on, bro.
Super stupid. I hate it.
If you pay us, we'll show you where we stole you from. Hold on, Payola. Bro, you want to address this right here?
Olmec part of the pre-Adamites. I mean, honestly, I'm still learning how to connect it biblically myself. So, I mean, you probably have more to say on that than I possibly could.
Payola, I think it's a great idea, but I'm not sure if he was in here earlier, bro. Payola, well, ask everybody to write down time and space on a piece of paper.
Definitely.
Anytime we get to a subject, you're going to ask the question about time. Right. I'm going to ask you when. Right. When. I'm not being funny. Like when.
I do have some fire, though, to back up the ideology that these people, these southeastern United States Indians and Mississippians and the Olmec peoples of Mesoamerica, they had some type of connection. And
with who?
With each other.
Oh, yeah.
And it comes from this article I got. It's called American Antiquity, Volume 73, Number 2, April 2008.
Come on, bro. Fucking citation. You better.
And in the article, it says, let me try to find this part for you right here, because he got real detailed with it. Oh, it says, yes. So Philip Phillips in 1940 appears to have been the first to look comprehensively at Mesoamerican influences, specifically in the Southeast. Southeast what? Southeast United States. Noting Mound Plaza combinations with directional orientation and surrounding stockades as one complex of traits seen in common. Other traits of lithic, ceramic, and shell artifacts and artistic motifs showed similarities, though they were never identical in both regions. Charles Bennett, a guy in 1944, went even further. treating the historical and functional problems of such traits list, noting Mesoamerican influences in the Southeast, but significantly not items of Mexican manufacture. So what he was basically saying is that there were Mesoamerican influences in the Southeast United States, and then they found Southeastern United States influences over there in Mesoamerica. Though they weren't of any original creation, these people, what he was basically saying is that they was trading things amongst them one another for a very long time. And then he continued to say that at some point, the way that these people could have traversed to the southeast of the United States, being that we know that Texas and all of that is kind of like an arid wasteland, or I won't say wasteland, but it's dry. But they traversed via the Gulf of Mexico, and they found their way here to the North America, and I mean to the southeast of the United States, and set up a lot of trade with these people. And he also said that both professional and popular literature continued in this vein. For example, a guy by the name of Valiant in 1944 noted that Mixteca and Puebla expansion out of the Middle America provided religious elements affecting the Southeast.
Crazy. And all we doing, y'all, is just dropping fucking science. That's it. The brothers give you a whole goddamn article. Cite the article one more time so they know what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah, it's called American Antiquity, Volume 73, Number 2. I did a little video of it on my channel, and I pretty much I just stuck to the more interesting parts where they talked about the connection between the two people.
I had already about figured that shit. Like, you know what? Okay. That's part of the getting out of your cop picking mind situation is to understand that this listen, y'all. Part of what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad would teach by way of his teacher, the question that will be asked by Master Farad Muhammad, who is the original man? And the response would be the Asiatic black man, the owner, the maker, the cream of the earth, and the father of this universe. How many miles of inhabitable land do we have? Over 176 square million miles of land. How much does his planet weigh? 66 quadrillion tons preceding 13 ciphers. Why don't y'all know that? You know how big your apartment is. You know how big your house is.
Y'all know how big the club is.
See, this is a way of thinking. So we don't have these little skirmishes and these little fucking debates about anything. We from Africa. We from the whole. This is our planet. How about that? Mm-hmm. How about that? How about if we go back to the Empiric period, which said 8,000 years ago? If we go back 8,000 years ago, you would not see no white folk, no Caucasian, Flugeroid.
Flugeroid.
Chrome Magna. See, you can't find a history of you like that when they give you the progression of your evolution. White folks came out of Chrome Magna, which is basically the Flintstones, or if you got children, the Crudes. The Crudes. The Crude head, big wide jaws. Until you seen, what's his name? Guy, who was a brother with his dreads and that monkey belt. That monkey come from Africa, by the way. That's an African monkey. He came from Africa and told them on Crudes, you got to chase the sun, Ra. We got to chase the sun worship. He's a sun worshiper. We got to chase the sun to get out of here. Come on. He's going to save us. Pay attention to the movie. When I seen the Flintstones,
paganism at its finest.
Why ain't no black people in the Flintstones, the cartoon? Because we didn't live in caves. Oh, that makes fucking sense. These are Cro-Magnon. these are Paleolithic era.
Yo, that was a good one.
If y'all don't understand the Paleolithic era, Cro-Magnon, if these words are like, what the hell are you talking about? Go study them, y'all. Let's move on. So anyway, I was talking about the Toltec, Meztec, the Incans, Olmec, all akin. All right. Who are the Carib?
According to Brainly.ph, the characters are the persons we meet in the story. A characterization is a description of the characters.
You said who are the Carib?
Carib tribes.
I'm just trying to follow the Carib. Oh, like the ones from the Caribbeans. Okay. I got some fire on them too.
There they go. Now, the Caribs, I want y'all to take a look at the pictures, what they look like. Just give me like 3 minutes to cook for y'all for a second. These are the Caribs. You must got Indian in your family. You got good hair. All that retarded shit. Nonsense. These are the Carib people. Watch this.
Bro, it's crazy.
Who were the Taino tribe? These are the there you go. These are the Tainos. So the Tainos, the Caribs, the Taino, a subgroup are Arawak Indians. That's all I want to see right here with the Arawak. Somebody said Iroquois earlier. Okay, Iroquois. Let's talk about the older tribes. Iroquois is a fairly new situation that the Europeans created, by the way.
Right, that's a confederacy. There was completely different groups of people, multiple tribes within that Iroquois branch.
Well, you do know that the Confederacy Indian tribes, do you know what their banner looked like?
Put me on, my brother.
The Dixie flag.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
The Confederate flag. Y'all get white folks too much goddamn credit. Like they just came up with everything. They just had got over here. I want y'all to think for a second, because see, this is a thinking class right now. Think for a second. If, as a civilization of people, you just learned how to put shoes on your feet, you got animals in the house with you and shit, you just got over a plague that wiped out 70% of your population, 70% of your population. White folks were almost extinct on the planet, period.
Almost gone.
Due to the bubonic plague.
Until we brought them out.
Why did they bring their nasty ass over here and more Indians died from diseases in war, by the way? They came over here coughing with COVID and shit and gave everybody COVID. Gave everybody the vid. These nasty Europeans came over here, and you think for a second they was that creative to come up with a form of government, flags and banners and all? No, they never had flags and banners over there. They had crests and shields.
Right, European coats of arms.
Flags.
Yes,
coats of arms. We didn't have coats of arms over here. We had flags. Over here.
Mm-hmm.
And that Confederate flag, do your research on it. It's called the Galactic Cross. Native American tribes. Confederate. Y'all thought them white folk came over here and came up with the word Confederacy. And you see these tobacco spitting redneck people down here, them Confederate No, they know the history, and you don't know the history behind it. You don't know the history behind that flag. All you know is you associate it with Ku Klux Klan, lynching and white folks. Why do you associate that flag with that? So they keep your ass away from it. The same reason they spook you out with anything you need to be learning, they spook you out of it, and niggas will not touch it.
Ever again.
Psychonegrosis. Psychonegrosis. Arawak. The Arawak or a group of indigenous, you're gonna keep seeing the word indigenous. Every time I talk to y'all, you're not gonna see the word Indian or native. I hope to God y'all paying attention. I done read about 4 different things and they all say indigenous because they have to say indigenous. There were no Indians yet. It was part of a treaty from the United States government. For those who accepted it, will be called Indians. Now, Native Americans are not indigenous. They were brought and born here, mostly by ancestrally. That's a native. Indigenous means when the dirt was here, you was here. Who is the original man? The Asiatic black man. Why is he saying, are we from Asia? No, motherfucker. The whole planet was called Asia. The planet was called Q.
Talk to
It
him,
was
bro.
called Tiamat.
Talk to him.
My crowd, no. I go off the planet in a heartbeat and start talking about the whole galactical situation.
Talk to him, man.
I do it in a heartbeat. I'll leave the dirt and go up there in a heartbeat.
Asiatic Nagas.
Come on, the whole planet was called Asia. Africa was called Asia Minor, Little Asia.
Right.
So when he say the Asiatic black man, that's the oldest form that you can be called to identify you with the planet, not with piles of dirt called continents. Older than that, the Asiatic black man, the owner. What do we own? Everything: math, science, red lights, flat irons. What else you got? Because y'all didn't make shit but the patent office. Okay, the owner, the maker. Then it said the cream of the earth. The cream of the earth. Then God picked up the soil, formed man, and blew his ruach, the Hebrews say, his spirit, his chi, his ka. Then man became a living soul. That's how old we are. We so goddamn old, they have to say indigenous because they can't timestamp it. They like, shit, whatever made the planet made them. Black man came with the planet, woman came with the man. Why y'all questioning that shit?
This is why they try to rewrite that history, though. They try to rewrite that history. This is why they introduced the Big Bang and the dinosaurs and blase. It's to take
okay.
What
Hold
the
on.
truth is.
No, you got good points. Let me ask y'all a question. 9,000 years from now, we all living, and I show you pictures of gorillas and pit bulls and Rottweilers and say, these motherfuckers ruled the planet back then. Dinosaurs is just the animal kingdom of that time, y'all. There were humans back then too. They're showing y'all the animal kingdom. Y'all fascinated at big ass lizards running around. Damn, there's a bronchilosaurus, and they lied to y'all about that shit. They lied. Nobody was around to hear what it sounded like. How they make the sound? They didn't hear it. Nobody heard it. Nobody heard them.
Yo, nah, for real though. Like, think about it. They put that all in like Jurassic Park and all that. They got these CGI effects and all of that stuff to make you think. Remember, like he just said, psychonegrosis. Did y'all know that back in the day, they created Hollywood? Hollywood was created basically to get in people's heads, to promote propaganda.
Hold on. I love your point. I want all. Yes, Tartaria. That's another. Hey, bro.
Yeah, the Tartars.
We got to do a live on Tartaria too. I'm still reading on Tartaria. That shit blew my fucking mind. That's why I told you, like Atlanta, New York, those are energy centers.
Right.
Those are energy centers. Tartaria. Hey, let's put a pin in it. But to the point of the animal kingdoms with the dinosaurs, it's just the animal kingdom. Why are we so excited about animals? I don't know. Were there humans back then? Yeah. There were humans back then. Man, it was like millions of years ago. Right. I just told your black ass that you are the original. Black man came with the planet. Black woman came with the man. There's no doubt about it. Everybody knows that, but y'all still want to argue and fuss and debate. For what? That's why Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught that. Ain't no debate now. If I go tell you that you were here before time started, Noble Drew Ali said, if I can get y'all to think, y'all save yourself. If I can get y'all to just think. Ain't that what Dane Calloway say? I'm just here to make y'all think.
I was just about to say, shout out to God. I'm just here to make y'all think, man. Shout out to Geyser, bro.
Yes. There's nothing that I said or the good brother said that should be new news to y'all. It should be reminding y'all. It's just a reminder, bro. We just reminding y'all. Everything that bro come out of fucking articles, citation. He's giving y'all the information. I'm showing you the information. Ain't nothing else to say. It ain't nothing else to fucking say. Now, a lot of this information is going over a lot of y'all heads. And a lot of y'all can't keep up. And some of y'all are keeping up, which is great. But y'all know when I come on this live, which I don't do much, this is not elementary school. This is not middle school. This is not high school. This is collegiate information. So it's a certain protocol that to be sought in this classroom. Take fucking notes. Because I know 80% of what we're talking about, y'all heard about it, but you don't know it. And the brother giving you the signs, I'm giving y'all the signs. We showing y'all the shit, bro. Arawak. What you know about the Arawak, bro?
Shoot. What I could give y'all right now, this comes from one of my favorites right here, The History of Jamaica. And one of my chapters here, they talk about let me just try to get to the chapter for y'all. Which chapter is this? The original inhabitants of the Caribbean islands. And they speak about the Arawaks and whatever the case may be. Just let me get to it to y'all for y'all.
Yeah, take your time, bro.
And I'm gonna break it down. Some good information though that they give, you know, something that I didn't even know myself. I thought Arawak people, speaking peoples, you know, what I thought about it was that it was the main tribe on the island, but from what I'm learning, it's a whole lot of stuff that went down. But what it says is that the West Indian Islands were at the time of their discovery occupied by two distinct races. And when they say their discovery, they're referring to Colombo and his tranny friends, occupied by two distinct races of Indians. The most warlike of these, called Caribs, were not found in Jamaica. They mostly inhabited what are now known as the Windward Islands, the Bahama Islands, Cuba, Haiti, for those who don't know, and Puerto Rico, and Jamaica were occupied by a far more gentle race. Indeed, the smaller islands were once inhabited by the same people, but an incursion of the warlike Caribs from South America destroyed the more effeminate tribes. And it stops there. So when we talking about the Arawak being the Taino peoples, right? If I'm not mistaken, I'm assuming that this was the tribe that they were speaking of, referring to the more friendlier tribe.
Got you. The Arawak were an amalgamation of the tribes from the islands, the Caribs, Taino, and many others. They were kind of a hybrid group, kind of like this Seminoles.
Okay, a mix. Okay. Or like what's this group over here? The Lumbee Indians over here in North America, something like that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Now I'm gonna show y'all two more things real quick. So this is the Arawak, which is our kinfolks down in what we call the islands, the adjoining islands. And all I'm doing is just showing y'all the same shit that show you in Africa. Like they show you Ethiopians, they show you South Africans, they show you Nigerians. I'm showing y'all the different various tribes of the Americas. That's all we're doing. And we're going past the Cherokee. We didn't talk about motherfucking Cherokee. We're going outside of that. Okay. But it's good for y'all to know these other tribes in North America. This definitely could give you some insight on tracing your ancestry. Maybe you didn't come from Georgia or Louisiana. Maybe you came from one of these tribes in the Caribbean. All right. And we know that the Puerto Rico was not Puerto Rico. It's rich port. It's rich port. That's what the word Puerto Rico means. Who gave Puerto Rico the name Puerto Rico? Well, I told you earlier, he came with Christopher Columbus over here, Ponce de Leon. They began to call it rich port in their language that translates to Puerto Rico. Port, P-O-R-T, of Rico. The port, that's what's the main port area. Rich port is what they call it. Let's move on. The Arawak, or the indigenous people, are to believe have originated in the basin of the Ocran River in Venezuela. And it's more on them. Do they still exist? Yes, they're still here throughout the Americas. You see that pluralization? That means all three Americas. They still here. Why don't you hear about these people?
They were shipping them up here to the United States.
Well, I got mixed feelings about that because I ain't seen no slave ship yet. I've seen schooners. I'm retired Navy. I know what a ship looks like. A wooden ship back then. Those were not ships. And you don't get cargo ships until way later. Importing people into America was outlawed in 1808. The real big, nice cargo ships came shortly after that because cotton didn't start exploding until shortly after 1812. That's why I asked niggas, like, what were they doing in the 1700s here? They weren't picking up tobacco or nothing because there wasn't nothing here yet to do other than build fucking log cabins and clear the land.
And screw everybody over with religion.
Oh, brother, we got to talk about the first, second, and third Great Awakening. That was the religious movement. You know, that's why they came over here. They were not called pilgrims. They were on a pilgrimage.
Pilgrimage,
in
right? In
school, we learned pilgrims. Like, right. No, they was on a holy Hajj. Those were the Quakers, the Brownists, and the Puritans. The Puritans flipped the bird. The Puritans said, fuck King James. And we know that King James was not the king of England. He was the king of Scotland and the Prince of Wales. But when they decided to redact the King Henry VIII Bible, it was called the Geneva Bible. When they decided to change the Geneva Bible, you know, the Geneva Bible said eye for eye, tooth for a tooth. That was the old school shit where I fuck you up, right? So the new rendition of the version we knew, which is called the King James Version, that book was put together by a man by the name of Desiderius Erasmus. And Desiderius Erasmus first compiled the two books in 1516. He compiled another version in 1519. Then in 1535, for the first time, he took the old Pentateuch, or the Tanakh, and he put it with the book called the Injil, or New Testament. And that became the King James Version. It was not even finished yet, because shortly after that in France, they put out what's called the Douay Bible. Then a man by the name of Miles Coverdale republished the book again and added the book of John. The book still wasn't printed because you don't get the first printed Bible until 1463 in Woodbridge, Germany. Johannes Gutenberg took a loan from Johannes Fuss. He couldn't pay the loan back, so Johannes Fuss took the printing press back to Europe and couldn't figure that shit out. They used to write the books by hand. Even if they printed 1,000 copies, nobody in the secular community of Europe could read or write anyway. All right, let's move on. The Moors. Who are the Moors? The indigenous mother culture of the pyramid mound building society. Remember those mounds I showed you? Those mounds I showed you earlier? I'm about to show you who built those mounds. I'm going to show you what they look like, and they're still here today, and they're recognized by the United Nations. I'm going to wrap this shit up. I'm going to tell you something. I don't. Yeah, we can go back and forth all day, but listen, y'all got to show and prove, man. You got to show and prove. And I'm not even here to debate nobody. In the words of Dr. John Henry Clark, I only debate my equals. Everybody else I teach. The Moors is an ancient name for original people of Earth. What did I tell you about What did what I just tell you about who is the original man? Who is the original man? I want the whole class to say it. Who is the original man? The Asiatic black man. Chinese? No. Right. Now look, because I know somebody said something earlier about Adam. I know something about Adam earlier. And I forgot to ask him, I forgot who the brother was. I forgot to ask them, which Adam are you talking about? Are you talking about the first Adam or the second Adam? What? I can show you 2 Adams like I can show you 4 Jesuses in the Bible too, by name. 4 of them. Ask Christians, so who do you worship? I worship Jesus. Which one?
Which one?
And watch their face. Watch their face.
Jesus?
No. We ain't got to go there. Jesus by name. We're talking about Jesus in Colossians 4:11, Jesus in Acts 13:11, Jesus in Mark 6. Which one? By name. Jesus Justus, Jesus Elmus, Barabbas Jesus. The word bar means son of. His son? Which one you fought with? Oh, the Jesus of Nazareth. Because Jesus of Nazareth never had a last name. Only Christians have last names. Malcolm told y'all that. You still want to be called Brown and Johnson and all these black last names. We're going to our family reunion this year. Yeah, with that same slash. Yeah, go ahead and rock that last name. As long as you operate in that last name, you're not ever going to be in what's called proper persona, a proper person. These Europeans will forever have jurisdiction over you, even when you go to court. Why black folks are the highest population in jail? Because they don't have jurisdiction over their own body. They're declared to be incompetent.
We don't identify with a nation. If we black, we don't identify with anything. They can take everything from us.
They know not or honor their forefathers and foremothers. Therefore, they will be slaves. So let's go back to Adam real quick. You mean this Adam right here? See, this is Adam Kadmon, not Adam Hamashiach, Hamrashan. Let's read this together. Adam Kadmon, or primordial man, who is the original man? Original, primordial. Primordial means before time. That's AM, prehistory. Also called Adam Elion, most high man, the original man, or Adam Illah. See, Elion and Illah, or Allah, Adam Allah.
Allah.
I'm not making this shit up. Y'all see this shit for yourself. This is Adam Allah. See, when man honors man, he honors Allah. Jesus said, when you see me, you see the Father. The Father and I are one.
Inshallah.
Ain't no separate me from the Father, nigga. We the same person. I am God. Arm, leg, arm, head. I self-law am master.
Free Z York, man.
This how y'all got to be talking in 2024. All y'all start, I got chills just then. If all y'all start talking like this, all 125 of y'all start talking like this, what's today's mathematics? If y'all start talking like this again, and stop with that lean and that syrup and bitches and thumb in the butt and twerking and my booty hole breath, if y'all stop with that low vibrational shit,
that EBT music,
and this is exactly what it is.
If
y'all stop with that psychoneurosis and really understand who you are, see, they know who y'all are. You don't know who you are. Adam Kadmon, primordial man, also called Adam Elion, Adam Allah, supreme man, sometimes abbreviated AK, is the first of the 4 worlds. 4 worlds? Yeah, nigga, it wasn't just this one. 4 worlds that came into being after the contraction of God's infinite light, Adam Kadmon is not the same as the physical Adam Hamrashon. See, Adam Hamrashon is the one who got with Eve. Well, who is Adam Kadmon? I'm taking to the Bible. Shouts out to Pastor Jennings, man. Wait a minute. Let's go to the Bible, man. Not Pastor Jennings, man. Pastor Jennings be giving that work over there, boy. I'm gonna show y'all who Adam Kadmon is real quick. This is Adam Kadmon. Y'all see that? This is the original man who called primordial man. So God created man in his own image, his own likeness. He created him. Male and female created them. Once a refuge to flee into, there's some other shit. But that's what it is right there. Genesis 1:27. That's right there. Come on, Payola. Come on, Payola. Come on, Payola.
I ain't gonna lie, he on the roll.
What look though, Payola. Adam Kadmon was not made in Malakut. He was made in I had it in my head just then. Not Malakut. Malakut is at the bottom. Damn, what was it at? Keter, not Malakut. Keter. I'm gonna talk to Payola for a second. Y'all just goddamn listen for 2 minutes. Malakut is the bottom. Keter is the top. So he was made in that first sphere of the Kabbalah tree. You see, those spheres also represent the heavens. And of the heavens, 7 were created by the 7 created sons of El Elyon. Keter, there you go. Now, that crown chakra of the Kabbalah tree, that's the space of Genesis 1:27 where Adam Kadmon was created. Adam Harashon was made in Malakut, the earth plane. Okay? Good fucking job though, bro. Yeah, Payola one of the disciples, so you know, and he a master student too, so you already know what it is. You know what I'm saying? You already know what it is.
Let there be light.
Advanced class teaching. Now, that's Adam Kadmon real quick. Let's go over to Genesis chapter 2 and show you where the physical man got made, where most of us kind of get confused at a little bit sometimes. All right, so here we go. Look, this real quick. Frades. This is the man. This is the physical Adam. Just go to chapter 2, period. I don't like cherry picking through the Bible. I think that's very unprofessional.
That's what they do now. They cherry pick
Genesis chapter 2. Chapter 2. Thus the heavens and. What does "and" mean, bro? It means something else, right?
Definitely.
Right. So this is one place and another place. You see the word "the"? That's that's definite article. Okay. We're finished. And how many? Put a finger up. I'm gonna count them out. Y'all hold your fingers up. Heavens, plural. How many? 7. There's 7 heavens. 7 heavens. You don't believe me? Go to the book of Isaiah. The 3rd heaven is called Shemquel. The 3rd heaven is what Enoch ascended to. The 3rd heaven is where Jesus ascended to. On earth, they call him Jesus. In heaven, they call him Cylinder. Yanun, who's also known as John. Shemquel, 3rd heaven. 7 of them. Then he finished earth. Separate place. Whole other place. Physical place. And what that means, something else. Whenever you see the word "and," that means something else is following. You have to consider the next thing is going to come at the end. All. How many is all? Put the number on all. We can't. It's like forever. How long is forever? Shit, nigga, that's it.
That's infinite.
Right, infinite. He created the heavens, plural, 7. He created the earth and all the host of them. God damn, how much he made. What did he do? And on the 7th day, God finished his work. that he had done, and he rested on the seventh day from all the work he has done. These are the generations of who? Where? Come on. These. More than one.
Yeah, multiple.
More than one.
Multiple.
What is the word these referring to? Go back again, right here. One place.
And the earth.
Two place. And where else?
The rest.
Three place. And it's going to say, these are the generations, genealogy, kids,
right?
Children,
generations, genes,
people, entities. These are the generations of what place, bro?
Heavens and the earth.
So hold on. That means there's a generation of entities in the heavens. There's a generation of entities on the earth.
Right.
When they were created. We understand that, right? All right. Now look, here we go. There's physical Adam right there.
Then the Lord God formed a man of dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature.
But wait a minute. I thought we just read about a man who got made in Genesis 1:20, the first chapter. That was Adam Kadmon. That was the primordial man being created to rule the heavens. The physical man is going to rule the physical plane, earth. Y'all see that? He put the spirit of Adam inside of the physical Adam. If you read this in Hebrew, it's going to say ruach, which is the holy breath. The breath out of God's mouth is known as the holy breath. It's also known as the Holy Spirit.
Yep.
Once you animate it with the Holy Spirit, then you become that's the Holy Spirit.
All that stuff they doing in the church is basically paganism.
Well, the Christian church deals with what's called henotheism. You ever heard of that?
Nah, fill me in, brother.
Christianity is not monotheistic. It's henotheistic. Islam is monotheistic.
Right. It's Allah, nobody else.
The Muslims say, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim alhamdulillah illallah rabbil alamin ar-Rahman ar-Rahim Malik yawm-ud-din. He is the Malik. He is Michael. He is the owner of the day by himself, no partners or no equals. Henotheism, adherence to one particular God out of several, especially by family, tribe, or other group. Let me read this again so you understand what the fuck it just said.
Think about that.
The God of the Bible said, don't worship no other gods but me. Yeah, right. He was saying don't worship no other. Why is your God even acknowledging other gods in the first place? Because he knows there's other gods. You know the Bible talks about the Egyptian god On. On was the god of Heliopolis. On is mentioned by name in there. Did you know in Revelation, a man is mentioned? Alman is mentioned. And it said, a man or Amun, he was there at the beginning when God was here, is what it says in the Bible.
Right.
Damn. So Christians know there are other gods. One particular God out of several. Especially by the Israelites. There it is.
Henotheism. Write that down, y'all. I know I am.
Read that for me, bro. I'll just read that loud for me.
That is adherence to one particular God out of several, especially by a family, tribe, or other group.
What is the well-known tribe of the Bible? The Hebrew Israelites.
Israelites, yeah.
And what were their whole plot in the Bible? They kept fucking worshiping other gods. Christianity is henotheism. It's not monotheistic. They're lying to y'all. Henotheistic. You get down to the core between the belief of Jesus, there's something they're called monophysites. and diaphysitic. 26,000 years of information in my head. 26,000 years. Tonight, I just gave y'all 1,266 years, which is just a cipher. 12.
Shit.
You feel what I'm saying? Trinity. Solo, listen. Ain't no Trinity. There's no triune. What you're talking about is called the Homogeneous Creed. It was a creed. It was a sworn oath that they had to promise and solemnly swear. We're going to only teach this. It's called the Hanadican. Let me show you. We're going to move on. Homogeneous Creed. Homogeneous in Christianity is a key term of Christian logical doctrine formulated. That means they created it. They made the shit up. It wasn't real. Not even a thing. Let's create some shit real quick. At the First Ecumenical Council meeting held in Nicaea in 325 to affirm what you just said, Solo, God the Son, God the Father of the same substance. They threw the Holy Ghost in later at the Council of Ephesus. Never, ever, ever was a thing. The Trinity? No, because you had people who didn't believe in it. Like you can't. Now, my question to you, Solo 5000, that Trinity, who was that Trinity talking about? Who? That Trinity was talking about Ptolemy, Osiris, and Apis. God the Son, God the Father. That's Osiris. Now, next, I'm going to show you in a second. They're going to say that Jesus is both. He is from the Father, of the same substance. Ptolemy created what? Sarapis. Sarapis is from the Father, Osiris, of the Father, Apis, same substance.
Same exact substance. Nothing different. It's nothing different.
Jesus was a created creature, an amalgamation of an older situation dealing with Sarapis Christos. So that Trinity, known as the Homogeneous Creed, known as the Nicene Creed, in church they call it the Hanadican in church. So anyway, I just wanted to deal with that real quick. We all over the goddamn place. Let's go back to the Moors who wrap this shit up, man. God damn.
Nah, you be going crazy though, bro. They gotta appreciate the information that you're giving right now, because at the end of the day, is allowing people to touch bases on different topics revolving around the same stuff. So you're expanding on information, which is always a good thing. Always.
Right. How do you keep 130 fucking people tuned in for 3 hours?
I've been truth. I'm learning more than I'm
right. It's like, oh shit, it's crazy. Moors is the ancient name for the original people of Earth, based on the ancient teaching of the indigenous people of the Ouachita or Oshitush River Valley. The Oshitush River Valley starts in Illinois, goes down to the Poverty Point. It's the indigenous proprietary inhabitants of this part of America recognize ourselves as Moors. The modern Western settlers in our land call us lost race, the mound builders of Mu. Western history labeled us Oshitush Indians, Ouachita. And our indigenous Carib family, there you go, we just talked about them, of the Caribbean islands and West Indians. Y'all seeing this shit? But it is fact we all did not migrate here from subcontinent of India. We are the indigenous mound building cultures and the ascendants of Mu, Earth. Our pre-Columbian, pre-American nations formed a harmonious empire community across North and South America, centered around pyramid and effing mounds constructed of earth. And yes, we love and respect our ancient Indian family of the Ganges and Indus River Valley region. These original origins are home to ancient Dravidians?
For those who don't know, Dravidians, those are the people
Real
that are dark
Real
people from India, the original people from India, quote unquote.
Yep. These origins are home to ancient blah, blah, blah. Now watch this. Watch this. We're about to change it up and show y'all, in fact, who they are.
And it's crazy that they say that too, because when we even look at the ancient Nagas and we talk about like what people visited, what part of land first, you know, there's a high possibility that the Nagas could have came out of America and ventured into what we know as India or whatever and established their whole system over there, or whatever the case may be. You got to think about it. America is the oldest land. Most animals that you find over there in the Eastern world started.
Oh boy, I'm so at that shit. Good Lord Almighty. I'm going to ask a question real quick. Hold on. I want to pose a question based on what the brother just said. Who in the chat can tell me where did camels originate from? So the question was, where did camels originate from? That's the question. Where did camels originate from? Where did camels originate from?
We got some answers. Paola said New Mexico. And for Here Comes the Judge, he said, where do camels come from?
4 to 3 million years ago.
Could you read that for me, bro?
The camel family first evolved in North America approximately 44 million years ago during the Eocene period. Camel lives first.
Period. Start right there.
You got it.
Reflect on that big ass number you just heard. How many years ago?
44 million years ago.
Dinosaurs are not that old.
Hell no.
That's why I told you, and I'm whispering, dinosaurs are just the animal kingdom of that time. You have camels that are older than fucking dinosaurs. What? So the pyramids are over here in America? Yeah. Camels are over here? Yeah. Then what's over there? That shit's new. That's new over there. It's new. The pyramids are new. The animals are new. Like they just brought them over there. Like let's make this look like that over there. You're the oldest. You're the oldest. You're the oldest people. You live in the oldest land. You're the oldest. You are the fucking oldest. Period. Camels come from North America. North America. Tell that to your people. Didn't know that shit, did you?
We can't forget about the turtles either.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
They probably even older than that.
Hence Turtle Island, but yeah. You know, turtles, there's a lot of fruits native to America that are over there in the East that they love and promote as African healing herbs and stuff like that. But where did you get it from? Who were the first medicine men to utilize these herbs and amazing fruits and resources? Who domesticated horses?
Right. The cowboys, the original cowboys.
Come on now.
Okay, let's move on real quick. Ouachita Nation. Now, I showed you the Caribs. I showed you the Olmec. I showed you the pyramids up in Illinois. Oshitush. I brought you down, talked briefly about Poverty Point, Louisiana. Now we're back at Poverty Point. The Washita Nation. Washita Demong. I can't say that D word, but okay.
Doug Damonia.
Doug Damonia. There we go. Doug Damonia. They're gonna call it this to throw you off. Don't fall for that. Don't fall for that. They are legally registered with the United Nations. Washita Indigenous People 215. They are registered with the United Nations. So all my Moors out there, all the Moors is listening. You remember that part when Noble Drew Ali said, take your seat at the table amongst the affairs of men? They already did that. Literally. These are, excuse my language, please. These are black ass people. Negroes, so-called African Americans, which is a misnomer, who are recognized as the oldest people on the fucking earth. Go look them up. Oh, listen. Before I even got to this point, I just showed y'all about Adam, both of them. I just told y'all what the fuck Honorable Elijah Muhammad had said, and Farad Muhammad had taught y'all, and Noble Drew Ali taught y'all. You're not black, you're not Negroes, you're not colored folk. You are the oldest people on the planet. Now, for anybody who didn't know that camels were over here 44 million years ago, you probably didn't know about the land of Mu either. So whoever the Facebook heckler was earlier, I wish you would have stayed on so I can show him this shit. He left already.
Oh man, he knew what he was doing. He left.
He didn't give me time to get there.
Left for
he didn't give me time to get there.
He knew you was about to light him up, bro. That's why he left. That's why he left.
Watch this now. Here's how they try to play us. But I'm gonna quickly arrest the shit. Watch this shit. The Washita Nation is an African American group, because they don't know what to call y'all, associated with the Moorish Science Temple of America, who claim to be a sovereign state of Native Americans within the boundaries of the United States. Now, I just showed y'all they're recognized by the United Nations as a nation. So all this hogwash shit right here is a bunch of juju. Their names appropriated from that of the Oshitush tribe. Where they come from? Oshitush tribe. Let's just find out. The Oshitush are the Native American tribe who live in the eastern Louisiana along the Oshitush River. Their name can also be pronounced Washa by English speakers. The spelling Oshitush and pronounced Washata came as a result of French settlers. This is a real live active group of people in Louisiana. You ain't got to wonder if we from Africa no more. So cut the bullshit.
Listen, man, y'all heard that.
It's just going to be getting your psyche to understand that you're not from over there. I know it's hard. That's all you've been taught your whole life. I get it. These people are recognized by the United Nations as the oldest group of people on the fucking planet. I'm going to show and prove in a second. Stay with me. Oshitush, Washita. The Washita Nation has headed by Verdice Hampton Goldstein, also known as Verdice Turner, Empress Verdice Tara Washita Turner Goldstein L. Bay. I'm going to pause right there and take you to an interview with the Empress that I had.
Yes. I ain't gonna lie. I've been waiting for this.
Not Verdice. This is the one who's running the nation now. Cool, boy. I love this right here. So this is my Instagram page, in case y'all didn't know. All right. Yeah.
Well,
bro, you got to. I'm about to bring all this shit over to TikTok.
I definitely teach you. I gave it a follow, definitely.
Bro, you man, come on. Okay, hold on. Is it right here?
Until Verdice Goldstein and myself and Nathan Jones. Hold
on. That's her talking about the movement, because you know the Al Rukins came along later and kind of stole credit for a lot of that shit that they had already. And she made the point. Why didn't the Moorish Science Temple go register for a number with the UN? Because they couldn't. That's what she said. Because we had already did it. Here we go right here.
So let me tell you coming from the continent of Mu, and I wish you would pull that up.
Please.
You know, I was trying to pull up some things myself to say, boy, you really need to pull up Mu while I'm saying this.
You hear us now. We're going to deal with it.
You see Mu right there on the left. And look what the little dotted lines they got up under that Negroid migration pattern. In other words, we left Mu and marched all together now directly over into what? Africa. Okay, I find something wrong with that. Because where I'm from, me being Washita, where I'm from, in little old Northeast Louisiana, the world has said, you all are older than Africa. Come on, let's put these facts in line here.
When I tell y'all it's a fucking fact, you're not from Africa, it's a fucking fact.
Nah, but you look, think about it like this too, though. Like, and I'm happy that she put that, like, she had that map right there to explain everything. Like, for those who didn't do your historical research yet, right? If you ain't tapping in with the likes of myself or the Minister of Information, you need to go find you a channel, put your head in a book, take your head out your ass, or whatever the case may be, right? They found some of the world's oldest mummies in Peru and South America. Sorry. The world's oldest mummies in Peru, right? And these were copper-colored, brown-skinned, darker-skinned people, right? So just think about it. Correlate that information to this Negroid migration pattern coming out of Mu. And then think about where the Olmec heads were discovered. If you pinpoint it, it's right there. That's crossing right through South America, which goes to show how far north them people could have migrated once they made landfall on South America. I rest my case right there. Look at the Fiji, the people of the Fiji Islands, Polynesian people, people from Australia, the original people.
They got afros.
They got afros.
Yeah, afros and everything. Yeah,
Stupid afros, and they take good care of them too. Coily hair, they got Negroid, real Negroid features. But like the Minister of Information, like my boy Chef said, we Asiatic Negroes. So you're gonna see the same features in a lot of these people. That's all I got to say.
How are we older than Africa?
The Washita.
Yes, and let me tell you something.
This is July 27th of 22. I'm posting this shit. Of 22. 2-3 years ago. Been explaining this shit. Poverty Point, Charleville. I think it's another part of the interview. But she was talking also. She was talking about how much land the vast estate is. If I can find it on here.
Then we got to get up, man. I frequently, I got family in North Carolina, that's where my Aboriginal family is at, man. But I got no problem going down to meet and greet, man. No problem.
Look, there you go right here. You just talking about with the afros. Native American. I'm sorry. Indigenous. Shaka Khan. Coretta Scott King. In fact, Coretta Scott King, y'all thought she was fighting for civil rights. It was called the Indian Act. That's Coretta Scott King. Of course, rapper mogul. He just found out his roots a couple years ago, so he's really into Taino stuff. And I see his feathers. There's Shaka Khan with her headdress on.
Yeah, Kevin Gates. Yeah,
that's the beautiful sister. What's her name? Felicia Rashad. I'm just showing people who we can recognize now. As it, she went in too.
Original Black American Indians. Black Lives Matter is a propaganda to keep blacks thinking that they're African Americans that came on slave ships. We already know. We are waking our people up to let them know that we are the American Indigenous Indians. Black Lives Matter do not represent our people. We do. Jesse Jackson do not represent our people. Barack Obama do not represent our people.
Sister went in. I tried to get an interview with her too.
She went crazy because it's like, and the thing with the BLM is so funny because it's like, how do we have a subgroup representing a group
already here? And
hold on.
About the American Aborigines, there were tribes that were already here. And unfortunately, most people still believe that all blacks came from the ships from Africa. So let's talk about some of those statistics. According to PBS.org, only 12.5 million Africans were kidnapped from Africa, but only 10.7 million actually survived. And of that 10.7 million, 388,000 came to North America, and the rest were distributed to South America and the Caribbean. But the first people that were here were the American Aborigines. According to Indigenous and Americans.com, the American Aborigines owned 1 million square miles worth of land in the Louisiana Territory, southeastern region of Florida, and the colony of California. In many areas of America, black nations existed way before Christopher Columbus even arrived. Those lands were rightfully the American Aborigines. About the
Come on now. Now see, we're not gonna believe nothing until we hear from some.
Look at Anthony Johnson. Sorry, brother. You got that picture of Anthony Johnson up there, the so-called African, the Portuguese man.
No, he's from Angola.
He's African for real?
He's from Angola.
Oh, wow.
He's from Angola, and he's not even the first. I can show you the front. His name is John Punch. Look up John Punch.
He was a slave owner. I know that. John
Punch was the first slave to be owned for life. Anthony Johnson started that for life shit.
Yeah, owning. Right.
Different. We should know.
The Washita are Moors, M-U-U-R-S. The Moors, M-O-O-R-S that you're talking about are not even from this continent.
Oh.
I got a problem with that. Their inhabitants, is that Maghreb, Iberian Peninsula?
Al-Maghreb.
Yeah, Sicily and Malta. That's where they were during the Middle Ages. But I'm talking about the Washita, the first people who came over from the continent of Mu, the oldest people on earth. This is how the United Nations is able to bestow upon the Washita de Pneumonia as the oldest indigenous people on earth. See, you can't establish this over here if you don't have facts behind it. The other proof is Poverty Point, right there in Northeast Louisiana, my little hometown.
I know that some parts of Louisiana and Mississippi were considered to be great deltas of the mound building. Different that we should. Now, I'm gonna pause on the part where it's showing that we are the oldest people on the fucking planet recognized by the United Nations. Oldest. That ends all debates. And you ain't got to explain nothing else about no Dravidians or nobody else. Like there's no need to explain nothing about nobody else. Right there. The Ameri-Wachita Demaonia Moors are the oldest indigenous people in the world, according to the United fucking Nations. In the conversation, drop the mic. I'm done talking. The oldest. This is a live interview. This is why I don't want to debate with nobody else about nothing. I don't heard it from the. This sister is still in the tribe in Louisiana, still alive to this day. I interviewed her and was pulling up what she was saying, like, oh shit. These are this us. We cousins. We the oldest people. The oldest. Of course, you're the oldest. Why are y'all surprised? And see, after reading this right here, y'all, and hearing this shit, after tonight, stop debating with niggas about stupid shit about Africa.
Seriously.
Stop. The United Nations already know who we are. Honorable Elijah Muhammad already told you, you the oldest. You was here first on the planet, not in New York or Georgia, nigga, on the whole planet. You the oldest on the whole planet, period. Now, I don't know what proof they took United Nations to prove it. United Nations was like, oh, yeah, y'all was there when DeSoto came over. Yeah. Yep. They got pictures with camels 44 million years ago. Oh, yeah. Y'all old as fuck. So I want y'all to write this down before we wrap this podcast up. These are the oldest people on the planet. The Washita Moors. M-U-U-R. From the land of Mu. by way of Poverty Point, Louisiana. They were already here during the Woodland era. I showed you the Woodland era already. I showed you the Hart era already. We talked about the Mississippi culture already. We talked about the big ass pyramid up there in Illinois already with its flat top and the old ass camels. It's going to be hard as fuck to get our people mind to understand how old we are and we're from here. Because you went through 12, 14, 15 years of shul under the spell. I'm trying to break the spell. I'm trying my best to brainwash y'all. I'm pulling out the bleach, the Comet. I got scrubby pads. I'm trying to clean y'all goddamn brain.
It's a murder
scene. To brainwash.
We got to clean up the blood.
That's what it is, bro. Listen, family. I think the brother did a good job. I did a good job. We did our best on trying to express to y'all. I think there's one more. She's talking about how much land. I can't find that shit. How much land it is. She's like, it was like a ridiculous. And I'm like, God damn, that's our shit.
Young Payola said, everybody knows who we are but us. I just want to say, brother, that's a part of the curse. That's a part of the curse. And like I said, when we continue to identify as black, you know, this emptiness, this black, this vagueness, it removes us away from our lineage and what we rightfully should own. So that's why people have to do their informational research,
rituals and shit.
Yeah.
So those two individuals, to the black and white picture, that's my great grandfather on his land in Georgia, and that's my great grandmother right now. My great grandmother was, God rest her soul, part of the Seminole tribe. Them high cheekbones and that good hair. That's my grandma.
You can
know
see
who I am.
You can see.
I know who I is.
You can see it.
I know who I is. Right, you can see it.
You can see it, man. Oh man, God bless your family, man.
That's my great grandma. I'm just like, I don't need to be convinced no more about nothing. I don't need to be convinced. Look at this shit. You see this right here, bro? The Cleveland Indians mascot.
Right.
That's their mascot, or was their mascot? The little black Indian right there.
Little Indian boy.
Oh, here it is. I found it. Ooh, thank God. Right here. State. How much was it? Like, was it just like the Carolinas, or was it Louisiana? Like, what part of land?
It's a fourth of the North American continent.
A fourth.
Put a figure to that.
Listen what she's about to say. Good Lord. That is unbelievable. So even if we were to go to court and an edict or bull or a mandate was issued from the ecclesiastical authorities, the Pope, the Knights of Malta, these individuals, they say, you know what? Let's give these people their land back. How do we get these Europeans off the land? Don't you think that this would cause a great divide in the country and a war? If this was to come true, like to say, hey, y'all are on these people's land, y'all got to go. Do you think that the Caucasian race would fight back or put up a fight with our people?
No, but I wish we had when they took it.
Hey,
no.
Whatever, everybody's. She said, "What we had when they took it."
Nah, she got on her
but
bully.
Well, she didn't know about the 100-year Indian War, though. You know what I'm saying? So,
they waited until
to her deficit. You know, I kind of
let me tell you,
rock with that one. I'm like, well, you did know we did fight.
We did fight,
know,
and we cleaned a lot of up too.
You know, I
yeah, I'm like we fought our ass off. They cleaned our clock, with the guns and shit.
Right.
We were scalping niggas left and right.
Never get to the ancient people and their generations in the direction that we're going right now. I don't believe that Noble Drew Ali, being a Washita and being a relative of mine, very close relative, I just don't believe that he would have given the family inheritance away to another group of people.
I participated in the M.O.I Science Temple of America movement around 2017, 2018, I believe it was. And I'm a founding member of Temple number 14 out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. And when I got into the M.O.I Science, Noble Drew Ali was propagated as a prophet, unlike to Moses or any of the great prophets of the Old Testament. That's how Noble Drew Ali was propagated to us. And Noble Drew Ali left all of us Moors, the faithful Moors, the vast estate, some type of great inheritance to where we can lay for meaning Moors of a Moorish mindset, that we can proclaim this territory known as.
But it,
she was saying that I don't believe Noble Drew Ali told y'all that shit. He was a very close relative of hers. And Noble Drew Ali is a Washita Moor, Tunic Moor. Washita Tunic Moor, Tunic, by way of his mother. His dad was a Cherokee.
So he was.
That's
Cherokee.
why.
Okay.
Huh?
He did have Cherokee in his blood. Then he did have some.
By way of his father.
Okay.
By way of his father. That's why Noble Drew Ali was born in the state of North Carolina. He was born in the state of North Carolina, but North Carolina closer to the Virginia territory, Sussex County, Natchez, the Natchez Indians. His mother, Ulysses Turner, is his mother. Do you know who the last chief was of the Natchez Indians?
Good question. I was just reading about it too. That's a good question. I think I only got up to the Choctaw one, but enlighten me, brother.
Nat Turner.
Nat Turner? Really?
I just told you Noble Drew Ali mama last name is Turner.
Turner,
the lady you just heard talking on my interview, her name is Vernice Turner.
Oh,
big
drop.
Noble Drew,
big drop.
That's what she said. Noble Drew Ali is a very close relative of mine. So great nephew. The fuck? I'm not
big drop,
bro. I'm not playing with nobody.
Oh my god! Did y'all just hear that? Drop in the chat. Drop in the chat. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that?
Listen,
Nat Turner is the last what of the who? Say it again.
Natchez Chief. He's a Natchez Chief Indian.
He's a Natchez Chief Indian. Nat Turner. Oh, that changes everything about Black history, right? Agree or disagree?
That was a slave revolt. No, that was the last stance. That was it. That was the last one. And remember the 100-year Indian War? We've been fighting up until Nat Turner time. Kept fighting. Right. Fighting. He was just trying to defend the land out here in what's called Sussex County in Suffolk, Virginia. Used to be part of North Carolina too. Look up where Timothy Drew was raised at. In Norfolk, Virginia. Worked at the shipyards in North. Why are you in Virginia? I thought you was born in North Carolina. Yeah, I was born out North Carolina, Virginia area, Sussex County. My great granddad Nat was out here in his territory. Why would he say I'm gonna give y'all all this vast estate? That's what the vast estate. What vast estate? You can't ask them more to point to it. Right. The Moors think it's the empire that the Moors overseas left. No, that shit's done under paperwork and documentation. The Europeans got that from them. But what the Wichita Moors are saying, we never agreed or signed anything for y'all to take our land from Louisiana all the way up to Illinois. We never. What the fuck are y'all doing? That's why the sisters I just interviewed, 1972, 71, started the paperwork to go to the United Nations to be recognized. I just showed you on the fucking thing that they are the oldest indigenous people on the planet recognized by United Nations number 215. Look them up. Right here in Louisiana. We ain't got to look nowhere else. We ain't got to go to Africa. We ain't got to go to South America. I'm showing y'all the biggest pyramid is directly connected to the voice you just heard in the interview. And it's recognized by the United fucking Nations. Stop arguing. Stop fussing with people. I just showed y'all the proof. And we ain't got to talk about nothing else but that. You saw how old that pyramid was up in Chicago. I'm sorry, Illinois. You saw how old that pyramid was. You saw how big it was. You know what kind of pyramid it is now. You know that the fucking camels were here then too. You also know that these people that look like you were already here too, building pyramids all along the Mississippi River. So by the time them fucking Mongoloids came with their teepees, the shit was already built and done. If you can't conceive this in your brain, we talk about the Tartarian Empire, it's going to really fuck you up.
I was just about to mention the Mongols. I was thinking like to myself not too long ago, when they say that this Mississippian civilization disappeared around 1300, 1400s, around that time, that's when the Golden Horde was at its prime. That's when the Mongols were at their prime, if I'm not mistaken, traversing through the Eastern world, destroying everything. So who's to say that they didn't invade via the Siberian land bridge too? What, they didn't come from that way and invade our lands over here and destroy most of the stuff that we had over here? It's a possibility.
Right.
A possibility.
Well, brother, that's my time, man. I definitely appreciate you being on here, bro. We'll hit the 4-hour mark. I got to get my ass to bed. Got a long day tomorrow. I appreciate you, bro. Let's do it again. Let's do it on TikTok when you get a chance. You got my number, man. Text me, whatever.
Definitely. We're going to work. We're going to turn up. We're going to keep giving the crowd.
I definitely, for sure. I definitely want to either deal with Bible study next time, and we can go on. We can go off on that real good, or deal with the Tartarian Empire. I'm not too familiar with the Tartarian Empire yet. I am studying it. I am trying to figure it out. It's a lot. It's a lot because it ties into a lot of other shit that I already know. Like, damn, so now I got to go back and dig in that shit again. Like, damn, okay, cool. So either the Tartarian Empire, or we could just reconvene on some more indigenous stuff. But when I saw your when I saw your TikTok page, I knew I had an arsenal of information that aligned perfectly with what you was on, bro. It should align perfectly. And I know I got the interview with the Empress, who's directly connected to Noble Jew Ali and the Washita Empire. And she got that package from the UN to prove that they're the oldest civilization on the planet. So there's no need to mention no other civilization if they can't show and prove that they predated her civilization, which are the Washita, the Oshitush.
The Washita.
So I'm giving y'all an older tribe to start saying, rather than goddamn Cherokee, Blackfoot. Stop saying that, okay? You can say Pamunkey.
Yeah, everybody and their grandmama say they Cherokee. Everybody.
That's a made-up tribe.
That's crazy.
Blackfoot, made-up tribe. Cherokee, made-up tribe. When I say made-up, it's an amalgamation. Didn't come along too far longer before what is called the Indian Act, where the white boys start getting it for $5. $5 Indians.
$5 Indians.
You're not gonna find no $5 Indians over in the Pequot tribe or the Pamunkey tribe.
Ordinary.
Right. The darker tribes, they didn't do the $5 Indian shit. They didn't do it. So, again, bro, I appreciate you, man. I usually do PowerPoints too. So if you get to put together a PowerPoint, you can run amok on this motherfucker.
Hey, say less.
They love PowerPoints, man.
Enough said. We can do that. We can definitely get in.
Family, everybody in the chat. What the fuck y'all want to hear? Oh, they talking about that.
I'm saying they own that. They own that already. I'm learning about it myself right now too. So I would love to bring that into the I would nothing but love it. Appreciate it because they got something to teach us and we got something to teach them. Each one teach one, each one reach one. Can't forget that.
Sure. M. Rollo said my people are descendants from I told you. And we ain't even going to the Natchez Indians. We ain't talk about Chief Metacon. We ain't talk about none of the real dark-skinned Indian chiefs who were kicking them Europeans' ass in 16 whatever.
Wiping their nose. Wiping those
the Natchez from Louisiana. Yeah. Yeah. And then we brought proof with y'all too. So, yeah, that's facts right there. Chickasaw. Let's say real names.
Yes, sir.
Say real names.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, thank y'all for tapping in. Thank y'all for tuning in. Appreciate y'all, man. Make sure y'all subscribe, man. Share this shit. I'm gonna take snippets from this shit too and put it up on TikTok. So, you guys definitely can do it. Take it. What's she say? Payola, listen. Hey, Payola, look, do this, Payola. Do me a favor, Payola. Give me your email address. We're gonna bring you on here with us.
Yeah,
how about that?
Because
how about that?
He got smoke. He got free smoke, and he trying to get it out there. He trying to get it out there. He got some shit to say.
Hey, he be on it though. He be on it. Wasn't one of the Adams Adamu jobs to name all of the animals? Yeah. But see, when you start talking about biblical, you have to come out the Bible and show some other stuff. Adam represents a group of entities called the Adapa. And the entity that's doing all the creating, that's called demiurge. So when you read the Bible talking about the demiurge and the Adapa, because I can take you to Genesis chapter 6, and it says Adam and Eve, and call them Adam and Eve. Them? Both of them call Adam? I'm sorry, he said Adam, and call them Adam. You call them both of them? So who the girl call? Adam? Adam. All call Adam. These are the pre-Adamites. Because we know Adam and Eve didn't have sex till way later. Cain and Abel don't belong to Adam. Cain and Abel belong to the demiurge. Adam's first son was Seth. His second son was Enos. Those are Adam's kids. The Bible said now he had kids after his own likeness. Then who was Cain and Abel? Oh, they ain't belong to him.
Right.
And see, y'all have to stop thinking that Adam and Eve were physical beings. Adam and Eve were never physical beings. Not until after their eyes were open and they said that they were naked with no flesh. What was the very next thing that the Creator did? Killed animals and made for them skins. Flesh. They didn't have flesh. Adam and Eve were etheric beings.
For all we know, Eve could have been water.
Well, not water. Adam and Eve were what you call etheric beings. Etheric beings. They had no idea about good and evil, or voho and toho. The serpent, which is Nakash, nigga, N-A-G-A, the wise serpent told Eve, partake of this, you'll be like God. I'd be like God? Because Eve was not made from God. Adam wasn't made from God. The first Adam was made from God. Genesis 1:27, in the heavens, let us make him in our image and likeness. The other Adam, pick up dirt. There you go. It never said make him and out. That never happened. Chapter 2, that Adam was never made in the image of the Creator. Therefore, he had not the Creator's information. The serpent, who we call Nakash in Hebrew, or Nahash in Hebrew, which is a seraphim, an angel, talking to Eve. If you partake of this right here, you'll be like him. Genesis 3:22. What did the Yahweh Elohim say then? Now they become one of us. Now they know who they are. Now they woke. Who the fuck is us? Why are these creatures saying now they become one of us? And it says now, like now, what were they before now?
Right.
Oh, they didn't have no fucking skin on. Oh, they was not one of y'all at that point in time. It wasn't until God gave them the skin. Then man began to adorn his skin and worship the flesh. And that became the fall of man. Not knowing who he is within the flesh. It's the fall of man.
Worshiping the worldly view of the flesh. The worldly view, the ungodly view of the flesh. We still do it to this day.
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time. So, hey, listen, go ahead, bro.
No, I was saying it's haram. It's all over.
Who that?
Sin. They sin all over. It sins all over. People sin. They sin all over. They worship the flesh.
Let me ask you a question, bro. What does the word sin mean in Hebrew? Because it's a Hebraic word.
We kind of went over it. I feel like we skimmed over it for a few, and it left my memory. It's in my notes. One of the things that I have wrote down.
Solo, your skin is not the sin. The word sin means to not know.
Yeah, there we go.
Miss the mark. Miss the mark, or to not know.
Another word for ignorant.
There you go. That's why they say that you are born into ignorance.
Born into sin. Good one. That was a good one, brother. Good one. That was a great one.
Sin is not the act of something bad or good. That's not sin. It became known as that. But sin is to miss the mark or to not know. Ignorance. That's why Jesus said, my people suffer due to the lack of not knowing.
Due to this. Oh, wow.
Watch this. One more. Jesus said, because you have, no, this God said this, because you have rejected knowledge, I also will reject you.
Since you want to be ignorant,
right?
I'm gonna reject you. Yeah, you want to be ignorant. You want to have a closed mind. You want to keep your mind closed.
So here's my question: did the serpent set them free or entrap them?
Ooh, we so used to hearing that the serpent set them up. I want to say
they also say that the serpent represents Lucifer, Satan, whatever the case is.
Right.
That's your father. Lucifer is your father. Christians tell you to denounce him as your father and accept Christ as your new daddy. How the fuck Lucifer our father? When Michael, his name is Christ Michael. When Christ Michael kicked Lucifer out of heaven, where did Lucifer go? Earth.
Yeah, hell on earth.
What did Earth look like when he got here? It was dark, void. What's the first thing Lucifer did when he got here? Created light.
Right.
He created the sun. No. Light was created in the first verse. The sun was created in the second verse. Then what was that light he created? He's a light bearer. He made light first. Then he created the sun. Lucifer didn't make the fucking earth. Is Lucifer God of this earth, bro?
Not even close. Based off the things that this earth could create, not even close.
No, listen. See, all we gotta do is go to the scriptures. I'm gonna show you. Let the scriptures teach us. When I pull up, you mind reading that? Can you see that? You mind reading that for me?
Yes, sir. 2 Corinthians. If I'm not mistaken, that's chapter 4, verse 4, New Living Translation. Satan, who is the God of this world, has blinded the mind.
It's a comma. You gotta stop.
I missed that. Right. Satan.
Yield sign.
Of this world.
Comma. Stop right there.
Okay, you want them to get that first part. Let's do it.
Right. I want them to get it, but I want them to learn how to stop it. A comma is a yield sign. A period is a stop sign.
Slow down. Yeah.
Satan. So we know who we're talking about now.
Who is the God of this world? The individual.
What
blinded world? The minds of the God of this world, our earthly world.
Okay.
Has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. They are unable to see the glorious light of the good news.
So when I asked the question, who world is this? The Bible just told you who world this is. I'm not saying that shit out loud. Let's verify one more time and then we're gonna let it go.
Hell on earth.
What? Now, the Hebrew Israelites told me to always read the KJV. So that's what I go with, KJV. I don't go no other version of the scripture. Watch this. Verse 8, we are coming out of Matthew 4:8. Again, the devil taking him, Jesus, up to the exceedingly high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and the glory in them. And he said to Jesus, all these things I will give thee if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Wait, who, what the fuck?
Uh-oh.
How are you showing Jesus? I thought this was, I'm confused. This ain't Jesus shit? No. Jesus has nothing to do with this earth, y'all.
He's not powerful in a place where he doesn't receive his energy. It's not a place where, this is why they say it's hell on earth. This is why some of the most drastic things happen here on earth. Hell on earth.
What did Jesus say? John 8:23.
That's good. You people are from here below, but I am from above. You belong to this world, but I don't belong to this world.
I can show you word for fucking word in the scriptures, everything I say. He ain't from here. That's why Satan took him to the mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the earth that was given to him and said, listen, you bow to me, I give you all this shit. Jesus like, nah, I'm cool.
If he sell his soul, aka if he sell his soul to get the finer things of life, you know, the luxuries, the things that people hold in high regard today.
This is the same shit them record execs do to them rappers in them boardrooms.
Yes, sir.
If you worship me, I'll give you all this shit.
Yes, sir.
But see, we gotta stop thinking that Lucifer is the bad guy in the story. We have to stop thinking that he wasn't no hero, but he was not the bad guy in the story.
He was the manipulator.
Who told you that? Who he manipulated, bro?
You don't
Who
think
did
so?
he kill? No, it's not a thought. In this book, according to the story, Lucifer didn't do anything. In fact, Lucifer went to heaven one day, and God was like, "What are you doing?" Because Lucifer can go to heaven, he just can't reside there. God said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm just going to and fro, seeing who I can devour." God said, "Have you considered my servant Job?" Lucifer, who the fuck is that? Oh, he's one of the faithful ones. God said, "Let's make a bet. I bet you 1,000,000 rubies. You can't fuck with him." Satan said, "Shit, watch this." God said, "You can't touch him though." All right. He made a bet. Did God bet this? Why didn't God just take him out? Why didn't God just take Lucifer, snap his neck, just get rid of him right then and there? Because Lucifer sits on the left hand of God. Lucifer sits, watch this.
It's just like how in the old cartoons when you have the scene where the person is like undecisive of his decision and the devil pop up on one and then the man in the white cloth pop up on the other side. It's similar. It's like a analogy.
Lucifer sits on the right hand of God. The right hand of God. See, what y'all don't know is y'all don't know Lucifer family tree, do y'all? Because y'all don't ask. Just like niggas, y'all just get told some shit and just go with it. A white man said, if you put $1 million check in between a thick book and give it to a nigga, so you read this book, you'll be a millionaire. Nigga throw the whole book in the trash can, one of the open pages. If y'all just read yourself to death sometimes. This is this nigga family, bro.
Yo, that's crazy.
Who is Lucifer's brother?
It says Uriel and Michael. Michael his twin brother, Uriel his brother, Gabriel's his brother.
Hold on.
I don't want to butcher that one. Is that God? Akidio? No.
Lucifer's brother is Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, and Guardiel. Yeah. Who's the father of Gabriel and Michael? I'm gonna just give you the easy one. Ain't God they daddy? And if if Lucifer their brother, who Lucifer daddy? That's why he never fucking killed him. It's his son.
Archangel.
Your brothers.
Right.
But see, you can't say Lucifer and Jesus. You got to say Lucifer and Cylinder. Because if you say Jesus, that's going to throw everybody off. We know Jesus is really Sarapis Christos, so you're not going to find it'll be a dead end on that one. But if you say Cylinder, which is his heavenly name, then we might get somewhere. That's his brother, bro. Lucifer is a created one.
When you break this stuff down, it just gets so intense. It's crazy. Like, it's crazy. This is crazy.
I'm just listening.
They don't know what they worshiping or praying to nowadays.
I'm just showing y'all what it is. Read that.
Oh yeah. But both the scriptures and the prophets affirm that Jesus Christ and Lucifer are indeed offspring of our heavenly Father, and therefore spirit brothers.
Told y'all. Y'all fighting over two brothers. Who y'all love the most? Which brother y'all love the most? Which brother your mama talking about the most? Go tell your mama they brother and watch her fucking face. No, they ain't. Why you, mama? Look, stop. Look. Read. I know Pastor Chicken Wing ain't telling you this, but read.
Pastor Chicken Wing. Pastor Chicken Wing. Nah, facts though.
Yeah, listen.
Pastor Chicken Wing just read his favorite parts of the Bible, the ones that he feel like make sense.
The ones that he has to read by law.
Right.
All the churches are under 501c3, which are all modified under what's called the Hanodican. And the Hanodican is the precursor for how every church body must govern themselves. Before the Hanodican, watch this. This is what they told them. So I don't know what Christians are doing. This is the Council of Lucio. This is the revamping of Christianity. When they removed all the canons and they added canons. Look at this canon right here.
Outlaw the keeping of the Sabbath.
Me and mama go to church Saturday, Sunday.
And rest on Sunday. Oh, look at that.
They changed the law of God.
Yep, they switched it up because, you know, as we all know, and that for those who don't know, it was set for him to work and rest on that seventh day, which would have been that Saturday. They got people going to work on Saturdays now and purposely staying home on Sunday just so they can go to church. My aunts and uncles were so adamant on church that they'll let us do whatever the fuck we want on Saturday, right? But by the time that Sunday morning came, if we were not prepared for church, we were everything in the book other than a human being.
Matthew 5:18. Thou shalt not change the law, not one jot, not one tittle. This is scripture. This is scripture. Within the past 4 minutes, I just showed y'all Lucifer and Jesus are brothers. And Lucifer sit on the right hand, Jesus sit on the left hand side of God. That's their daddy. Lucifer is a created creature. He comes from what's called Santania. His heavenly name is Caligastia. I know. It sounds weird at first. No different than the talking donkey in the Bible sounding weird, right? But there was a whole civilization in the heavens before they came down here. Revelation tell you about the war in heaven. You don't know how it got started, do you? Ask somebody how did this shit start? How did the war in heaven start? Anybody? How did the war in heaven start?
I know from what I learned, there was something between the angels and the If I'm not mistaken, it was the angels. And fill me in on that one, bro. Fill me in. I'm still learning.
I got you. So, Jesus had said, in my Father's house, there are many mansions. A mansion is a celestial body of planets and worlds. How do you put a mansion inside of a house? Okay, y'all didn't catch that. Jesus said, in my Father's house, there are many mansions. How do you get a mansion inside of a house? How the fuck does a mansion fit inside of a house? How do you put many mansions inside of a house? Many, M-A-N-Y, like a lot of them. He's referring to the word house as in the house of bread of Bethlehem, which is the sign of Virgo. It's a celestial body, celestial group of stars. Beyond what we understand, there's another celestial body of stars. I just showed you in Genesis the creation of the heavens, plural. There are 7 heavens that are created. Lucifer, or Caligastia, exists in what's called Centania, which is one of the 7 heavens. See, what I do is fucking read, because you ain't gonna just tell me anything. I want to know what y'all talking about. How it got there, who did it, where it's from. I dig. Probably should work for the FBI or somebody. I can crack cases.
Nah, bro is a true detective, though. That's crazy.
The devil is a term which is used on our planet to designate any number of evil influences. Among them are Satan and Lucifer. You have to understand, Satan and Lucifer are one and the same. But however, Satan is the vice general for Lucifer. Satan resides over an entity called Gardiel. Who the fuck is Gardiel? Gardiel is the entity that the Most High put by the gate with 6 flaming swords to keep Adam from coming back. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? He placed a cherubim at the gate. See, you would have to know what a cherubim is and what a seraphim is. You have the cherubim and you have the seraphim. Then you have the 5 creator sons. Yeah, Payola. I don't fucked around and got on your rancher now. Y'all don't have me all night. I just want to introduce to y'all. Y'all go read it on your own. Caligastia was the very first divine revelation of significance to visit our planet 500,000 years ago. He was known as the planetary prince of Urantia. I just showed you who this word belonged to, according to scripture.
And is that a picture of what?
When I say Caligastia, sorry. When I say Caligastia, I'm talking about Lucifer now. That's his name. It's his heavenly name, Caligastia. Caligastia is the prince. He's the planetary prince of what's known as Urantia. Here, a designation that now belongs to Christ Michael. Michael is from Nebidon, not Centania. Stay with me. Otherwise known as Jesus of Nazareth. Wait a minute. Michael is Jesus? What the fuck? How is Michael Jesus? Is that confusing to y'all?
Michael, one of the brothers.
But did you notice in that family tree you didn't see Jesus' name there nowhere? Because see, when those beings y'all call angels, when they come down to earth, they transfigure themselves. Did y'all know that? The angels can transform themselves. When Gabriel came to Mary, scared the shit out of Mary, he had to transfigure himself. When the 3 entities came to talk to Abraham at the tent, they transformed themselves. 2 went into town. 2 went to Sodom and Gomorrah and hung out with Lot. And the people at the door like, who are them 2 niggas? I want them niggas. Who is that? Where they come from? They beautiful. Give me them 2 niggas. Lot was like, nah, take my daughters. We don't want them bitches. Give me them 2 niggas right there. That's Sodom and Gomorrah. That's the story. 3 angels came to Abraham's tent. They transfigured themselves into humans. They ate beef and drank milk. That's what the Bible said. So angels can eat food. Genesis chapter 6 said they can sleep with human women and have babies. So now you have to question, why did Gabriel go to Elizabeth and she ended up pregnant? Elizabeth's husband was inside the church praying, by the way. He was nowhere near her when she got pregnant. How the fuck did Gabriel show up to Mary and got her pregnant? Joseph, like, I ain't touched that bitch. How'd you get pregnant? God got you pregnant. No, the angels can fuck humans and get them pregnant. This is the conversation that we're going to start having on Sunday school. Did y'all know that? Did y'all realize that? Nope. Like on the grocers. Psych on the grocers.
That is honest.
All right, family. Peace and love, man. Peace and light. Appreciate y'all. We're going to tap in again next motherfucking Sunday. Me and the bro. We're going to get it in.
Yes, sir, Ski Man. Make sure
Hello, everybody. Recording live from somewhere.